You waiting for it? The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby called to order. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening and viewing from abroad. You're now tuned in to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., and the members of this committee include Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Alma Francis Heileger, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Milton E. Potter. Today's hearing focuses on the youth and aging of the territory. It is very important that the youth and aging are in the same breath of a conversation as we dialogue on the linear discussion on how to facilitate each of life cycles in our people and the aging process. From paternity to early childhood, school age, transitioning to adults, adulthood and the elderly, and the specific needs that exist between each transition of interdependence, dependence, and crisis management, and the inevitable stage of end of life. This government has a responsibility for providing services and programs that are instrumental to each phase of the cycle of life. And as the chairman of this committee, I commit myself and the members of this committee to the importance of such discussions in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. Initially, we had planned to have other key agency stakeholders included in our discussion today. But for a few challenging reasons, they kept the invitees from being here with us today. I sincerely hope that they are all taking the opportunity to tune in today and stand ready for our follow-up on an alternative date to hear directly from them on their progress and challenges concerning the youth and aging programs of the territory and providing a high-quality, accessible service to the people of the Virgin Islands to approach a better quality of life for all. Before I ask the clerk to take the roll call, I would like to make a few statements. The second victim in the shooting this past Sunday on the island of St. Croix has died. His name was Jayomi Roberts. He was 19 years old. The other 19-year-old, Jamari Joshuan Santiago, died immediately at the scene. Sunday's shooting marks the 13th and 14th homicides in this territory. And so far this year, 12 of which were shootings, including 7 on St. Thomas and 7 on St. Croix. These losses of life affect everyone. Another family has lost a loved one. Another community has lost a young life. And the Virgin Islands has actually lost the potential of these young persons that could have been poured back into this territory. As a society, we must learn to forgive one another in times of disagreements and anger. Taking a life does not solve the problem. It makes it worse. The case is under investigation, and I hope that the guilty is found. We all know that Carnival is also upon us, and Carnival is a time for celebrating our collective traditions of dancing, singing, parades, pageantry, artistry, music, drinks, and food. It showcases the talents of our bands and our musicians, pageants for our carnival royalty, fairs of local crafts and delicious food and drinks, and a masquerade of unequal proportions in our parades. Carnival is much more than a large party. It's our collective culture, a mix and mingle of the melting pot of society. On behalf of the members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, I wish everyone a happy and safe carnival, and please remember to drink responsibly and to look out for one another. Before I move forward, I want to outline some housekeeping rules. Please place your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would also like to ask the testifiers to please consistently identify themselves each time by name and title before making statements or replying to questions in order for our in-house stenographers to accurately account our hearing today. I would also ask those present to please provide consideration to the remaining virtual testifiers in order for us to deal with our bandwidth challenges here at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Clerk, can you please call a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Novell E. Francis. Senator Francis, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Here.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Alphabetical order.
Senator Potter, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Angel L. Bocas, Jr.
Present.
Mr. Chair, we have 4 present, 2 absent.
Madam Clerk, could
3
you...
absent, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read on the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator, April 21st, 2023. Honorable Angel Bocas Jr., 35th Legislature, Chairman on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Greetings, Senator Bocas. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Friday, April 21st, 2023, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative on the island of St. Thomas. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator, 35th Legislature, Member, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Milton E. Potter, Senator, 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. The Honorable Angel L. Bocas Jr., Chairman, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802, April 19th, 2023. Dear Chairman Bocas Jr., I will be absent from the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Park meeting scheduled for Friday, April 21st, 2023. I am outside of the territory and will not be back in time to attend the meeting. I ask to be recorded as excused from the meeting. I wish you and the other committee members a productive meeting. Thank you in advance for your understanding, and I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may have caused. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter. This concludes the reading of the excuse letters, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Please record me as present.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. as present. And also, Madam Clerk, please make the necessary updates to the roll call for each senator that provided a letter. Madam Clerk, could you also please read the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks has scheduled a hearing for Friday, April 21st, 2023, 10 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony and updates regarding the progress and challenges of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation concerning their projects and their mission to provide high-quality, accessible programs, services, and facilities that enhance the quality of life for all ages, cultures, and abilities, as well as an overview and updates regarding AARP, Virgin Islands, and the programs offered in the territory. Updates, Block 1, updates and overview of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation pertinent to the progress and challenges concerning the projects and providing high-quality, accessible programs, services, and facilities that enhance the quality of life for all ages, cultures, and abilities, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Additionally, provide an update on the department's role during the cultural celebration of the 2023 St. Thomas Carnival. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. And, do I read? Okay. Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports Park agenda continues. We'll have lunch 12:30 to 1 p.m. And for Block 2, an overview and updates of AARP Virgin Islands, as well as challenges and progress concerning programs under AARP, such as, but not limited to, health and wellness, family caregiving, seniors' work and jobs, community engagement, and an overall update of the AARP Foundation. Invited testifiers, Troy Schuster, State Director, AARP Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Commissioner White. Please acknowledge the microphone of Commissioner White. Commissioner.
Morning, Senator.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
I've had better days.
Hopefully you'll get better. Commissioner, could you please introduce yourself and your staff who will be testifying or answering questions today to be placed on the record, and also for the testifiers introducing themselves, please remember to say your name and title every time you speak so that our in-house stenographer is able to record accordingly. Please proceed, Commissioner.
All right. Good morning, Senator. I'm still waiting for the link to be sent so that my staff can join me on the Zoom link. I haven't received that email yet. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Should be joining me on the team should be my Assistant Commissioner of St. Croix, Ms. Renee Hansen, my Assistant Commissioner of St. Thomas, St. John, Mr. Vincent Roberts, my District Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Elroy Hill from St. John, unfortunately out today. Mr. Chair is my Human Resources Manager who is out sick. My Financial and Business Director, Ms. Carol Peters, is attending a funeral right now for a close relative. And I think Mr. Thomas should be joining us, but he's also home sick with the flu also.
Very well. Thank you for that update. Commissioner, would you like a few more minutes so that we can wrap that up and proceed?
Sure. I would like for the team to get the link so that they could join.
Very well. The committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is out of recess. Commissioner?
Morning. Morning. Morning again. You got me?
Yeah.
Morning again, Senator. Again, let me introduce my staff that just joined us. Assistant Commissioner Hansen, St. Croix District. Assistant Commissioner Roberts, St. Thomas, St. John District. Assistant Commissioner Mr. Kirk Thomas. District Administrator, St. Thomas, St. John. Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator, St. Croix District. And Mr. Elroy Hill, Deputy Director, St. John.
Very well. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, you may now proceed with reading your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Angel Bulkers Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, Honorable Senators, Central Staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here to provide testimony on overview and updates of the department, our progress and challenges concerning projects, and our ability to provide high-quality, accessible programs, services, and facilities that enhance the quality of life for all ages, cultures, and abilities, as well as an update on the department's role during the cultural celebration of the 2023 St. Thomas Carnival. Allow me to introduce the members of my leadership team joining us via Zoom. Ms. Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, St. Croix. Mr. Vincent Roberts, Assistant Commissioner, St. Thomas, St. John. Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator of Sports and Recreation, St. Croix. Mr. Kirk Thomas, District Administrator of Sports and Recreation, St. Thomas, St. John. Mr. Elroy Hill, Deputy Director of St. John. Not here with us today is my Financial and Business Director, Ms. Peters, and Human Resources Manager, Ms. Relina Pell. We are grateful that our Federal Emergency Management Agency projects are steadily progressing to restore our storm-damaged facilities. The department has received just over $30 million in FEMA grant funding for our hurricane recovery projects. The recovery team at DSPR has always continued working to bring each of our projects closer to completion. Recently, we have seen repairs begin at our more frequently used facilities. On St. Thomas, the Emile Griffith Park has a contractor on site and is estimated to be completed in September 2023. Improvement to the Emile Griffith Ballpark would include renovations to the restroom, including new ADA stalls, new bleachers, new fencing on the left field and right field lines, a batting cage, a new press box, scoreboard, LED lighting system, a revamped storage area, and a new office for the staff and after-school area. Construction at the Joseph O'Bain Ball Field is almost complete. This facility will see new fencing, a new batting cage with a pitching machine, renovations to the press box, a new scoreboard, a new LED lighting system. The estimated completion date for this project is also September 2023. The Corin Terrace Ball Field also has a contractor on site and is slated to receive new fencing, a new scoreboard, a new LED system, lighting system. The Doris Hodge Tennis Court contractor is making repairs to the concrete bleachers, roofing, restrooms, new fencing, the umpire chair, and light poles. With the assistance of the Department of Property and Procurement, the invitation for bid for the Alvin McBean Recreation Complex closed just yesterday. Contractors bid on extensive repairs to the main building and concession, the press box, a new scoreboard, new fencing, and bleachers at the Alvin McBean facility. Projects like the Isaac Boynes Ball Field, the Emile Henderson Basketball Court and the Rudy Krieger Sports Complex has been completed on St. Croix. Kramer's Park has already seen construction on most of the pavilions completed. I think to date, 3 pavilions have been completed. To ensure the historical importance of the original Kramer's Park concession building and how it was maintained, FEMA determined that no repairs to the exterior nor upgrades to the interior of the building should be made and instructed DSPR to build a new concession at a different location at the site. With guidance from the VI State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, we have agreed and will use the $1.6 million obligated to rebuild a new concession. We have identified the new location and plans for the project's architectural and engineering are underway. The contractor of phase 1 of the Marley Beachfront project has restored the concrete pillars and promenade and is working to restore the concrete tables, benches, sidewalks, and handrails and install new light poles. The selected contractor of the Frederiksted Waterfront Lighting Project will restore the missing coral stone, the pillars and chains on the waterfront and Vaughan Richards Park, and new LED in-ground fixtures. We're in the final stages of that contracting phase of the Reynolds Jackson project. This project will include fencing, a new scoreboard, LED lighting system, and repairs to the bleachers, press box, dugouts, batting cage, and playground equipment. DC Canigata Recreational Complex, consisting of the baseball field, softball field, basketball and tennis courts, and recreation center, was split into 3 separate projects. Both fields will see new fence work, a new scoreboard on the big field, roof work on the seating area, and LED lighting systems. The recreation center will see hazard mitigation and wind retrofit to strengthen the building and will include a permanent 60-watt generator. Excuse me. DSPR has 3 FEMA projects on St. John. The Winston Wells Ball Field is currently occupied by the VI Department of Education modular classrooms. However, when the facilities return to the department, we will move forward with our hurricane-related repairs. The A&E of the St. John Recreational Center in Cruz Bay is approximately 90% completed with a cost estimate of about $10 million. The renovated facility will be utilized as a community-safe room, specifically designed and constructed to resist wind pressures and windborne debris impacts for the purpose of providing life safety protection. Just yesterday, the contract for the hurricane-related repairs on the Cruz Bay tennis courts and Orville Brown basketball courts was signed by the contractor and myself. We hope to see a notice to proceed within the upcoming weeks. While I mentioned a few of the 51 DSPR FEMA projects, I assure this body, the viewing and listening public, that all of our projects are equally important. We will continue working on completing all of them so that our community can enjoy our repaired and renovated facilities. I would like to publicly thank the agencies who have been the catalyst to ensure DSPR remains focused and steadfast in our project's progression. There are 2 key projects that these agencies are instrumental in advancing. First, we continue to see headway in the Parley Joseph Stadium construction. The Department of Public Works and the Office of Disaster Recovery has been influential in ensuring the contract produces the negotiated deliverables. The contractor of the project, GEC, has erected the roofs for the left and right field entryway stair towers and has completed the pours for the infield perimeter walls for the ground floor, the beams to support the upper concourse, and the walls for the ground floor of the elevator shaft for Parley Joseph Stadium. Work is in progress to install the steel reinforcement and forms for the upper concourse floor slab. Construction progress meetings are conducted on a routine basis. Additionally, utility coordination and scope review meetings with key stakeholders are conducted as required. The immediate next steps will be the pour of the floor slab for the upper concourse levels of the stadium, followed by the steel reinforced of forms for the bleachers, stairs, and risers. It is no secret that the community is eagerly awaiting the completion of the Polly Joseph Stadium. After completing the project, the department will hire about 7 new employees and purchase new equipment to manage and maintain the new facility. Once the stadium is returned to the department's inventory, DSPR intends to rejuvenate inter-island play and our relationships with our surrounding Caribbean counterparts to host sporting events. A new and improved Polly Joseph Stadium will add significant value to the territory's sports tourism product. The second project both DPW and ODR continue to assist DSPR with is the Vincent Mason Pool. After demolishing the existing pool, the contractor found that the pool sat on piles and the design of the foundation needed to be revisited. Adding new piles to the foundation to support the pool design has increased the project cost from a $2.5 million project to now a $5 million project. DSPR, DPW, and ODR diligently work with the contractor and FEMA to ensure this project remains active. It is important to note that this project cannot move forward until FEMA approves the new scope and costs. To Commissioner Derek Gabriel and his team at DPW and Director Adrian Williams and her team at ODR, we thank you for your continued assistance. We continue resurfacing and restriping our tennis, basketball, and paddleball courts across the territory. Today, 6 St. Croix courts are completed, including Emile Gravy Henderson Sports Courts, Isaac Boynes Ballpark, Reynold Jackson Recreation Complex, Princess, and La Valley Recreation Park. We have also agreed to include the courts at the Youth Rehabilitation Center in Estate Anna's Hope, the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls in Estate Two Brothers, and the Police Athletic League in Estate Wim. On St. Thomas, the Milton Newton Basketball Court, Doris Hodge Tennis Court, the Winston Ramo Basketball Court, Estate Nada Basketball Court, Ezra Fredericks Basketball Court, and the basketball court in Estate Anna's Retreat has all been resurfaced and relined. St. John Cruise Bay Tennis Courts and Orville Brown Basketball Courts are also completed. Pickleball lines were included in the restriping of the Cruise Bay Tennis Courts. And in addition to resurfacing, DSPR has installed new basketball backboards and rims at several courts throughout the territory. DSPR continues to partner with various community service groups to administer programs to our community. On St. Thomas, the Department of Human Services Head Start program utilizes several of our facilities for structured outdoor physical activity for their preschoolers. As customary, DSPR ensures our fields are prepared and lined so that the Alvin McBean and Eldred Hendricks Little League games can play on a safe and consistent surface. Interscholastic Athletic Association school leagues are also used at DSPR facilities for gameplay. DSPR continues its partnership with the Salvation Army to provide after-school care and homework assistance from Monday through Thursday at the Winston Ramo Center. We also offer a strength and conditioning program at that facility. Recently, DSPR wrapped up another successful 6 weeks of a senior workout program at the Emancipation Garden. We plan to roll this successful program out again in late May. For several years after summer camp, we have been asked to continue offering dance instruction to our community's young men and young ladies. We proudly announce that DSPR has offered after-school dance classes at the Ala F. Muller Elementary School this school year. If you missed the classes, performance at the 2023 Prince and Princess Selection Show or the Hospital Show, be sure to catch them tomorrow at the Toddlers Derby. I'd like to thank the Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals, for allowing our girls to showcase their talent and hard work. With the addition of the National Park ball field in the department inventory, we can now offer more recreational opportunities on the island of St. John. The territory witnessed the women's fast-pitch qualifier softball tournament just last month. Baseball players aged 8 to 12 have started practicing at the new field twice a week, and upcoming girls softball games are scheduled for young ladies ages 18 and under. On the Big Island, St. Croix, DSPR's co-ed governmental softball league is preparing for its playoff run, and a new performing arts program at the DC Cannegator facility is proven to be very popular. In addition to several successful tennis clinics, the basketball clinics held at Emile Gravy Henderson Sports Complex are also well attended, and participation at our senior workout at the Altona Lagoon continues to grow. DSPR's second largest program, the Territorial Reviving Baseball in Our Inner Cities, or RBI program, has successfully allowed inter-island play for our baseball and softball players in the territory for the past 2 years. DSPR's recreational team eagerly anticipates offering a domino tournament to the second installation of our Rugrats track and field program and our co-ed governmental softball league in the St. Thomas district. The team is also finalizing senior bingo night and family bingo night on all 3 islands. Also on St. Croix, coming up is our co-ed industrial basketball league that is getting ready to start in a few. In the next few weeks, the focus of the department will be its most sizable program, Summer Camp. This year, the Territorial will see its highly anticipated summer camp in each district beginning June 12th through July 21st with a fee of $150 for the entire 6-week program. We look forward to seeing our children back in camp again this year. DSPR Camp creates a safe space for hundreds of children around the territory to participate in the various recreational activities, varying from baseball to football, to arts and craft, dance, and more. Most important part about DSPR Summer Camp is the program's affordability. DSPR will release additional information on our summer camp program shortly after the St. Thomas Carnival season. DSPR's commitment to our youth beyond athletics is exemplified in our partnership with Align Community. The launch of the Choices Mentoring Program this March, based on the Mentor National model, will allow youth throughout the territory to be paired with mentors to assist in navigating life's most critical journey. The decisions made by our youth through middle school and high school would affect the trajectory of their life, and the additional guidance will provide lifelong benefits. Utilizing a grant that the department applied for and received through the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, or LEPC, this program requires a minimum of a 1-year commitment from both mentee and mentor. A minimum of 4 contact hours per month will help to solidify the relationship and provide the youth with a trusted adult to journey with them. The intentional investment of time given by the volunteer mentors demonstrates to the youth of our community that are significant and that their future in this community is concerned. Monthly mentoring workshops conducted at DSPR facilities allow program facilitators to monitor the mentoring relationships and provide guidance and strategies to enhance the mentoring relationship. Studies show that children involved in healthy mentoring relationships are less likely to abandon school and have contact with the criminal justice system. As a commissioner of this department, I understand that every child does not want to dribble a basketball or swing a bat. DSPR should still find a way to assist them in living a full life. Recreation goes beyond athletic competition and physical fitness. Recreation should be enjoyed with good relationships and other enriching activities. With the violence we are experiencing in our community today, a mentoring program is not only timely, but a perfect fit for the direction of DSPR. We want our community's children to know that they are not alone. They should know that aside from their parents, others in the community are concerned about their overall well-being and are willing to put the time in to help them achieve their goals. A decrease in youth delinquency, an increase in high school completion, and an overall greater sense of community are some of the core goals of the Choices Mentoring Program. Currently, we have 25 mentors registered in the St. Thomas District and 8 in the St. Croix District. I want to thank LEPC for awarding this grant to DSPR so that this program can be successful. I also want to thank Mr. Adrian Glenn and his team at Aligned Community for their knowledge, passion, and partnership. I want to also thank AARP for their willingness to partner with DSPR on various projects. In addition to constructing the AARP Fit Lot at the Altona Lagoon in St. Croix, AARP has offered to supply benches constructed and engraved by my brother's workshop. These benches will be placed at several DSPR facilities in the St. Thomas District. Another community partnered that I am proud to mention is with the St. Croix Environmental Association. If you're in the Frederiksted area, please pass by the Vern Richards Park and take a look at the Environmental Education Interaction art piece created by Miss Olivia Walton and her group of local students. The art piece depicts some of the local endangered animals and plants. DSPR and Positive Coaching Alliance have partnered to bring training and education to help establish a positive character building experience for youth athletes. The programs are created from a positive youth development perspective and build around the framework of social emotional learning. Partnerships with PCA put a purposeful focus on 2 forms of character: performance character and moral character. Coaching appreciation and training workshops will be held at the Castleberg Center on St. Croix, Saturday, April 22nd, 2023, and at the Winston Ramos Center on St. Thomas on Sunday, April 23, 2023. Another initiative I'm thrilled to tell you about is the installation of 20 solar-powered workstations at DSPR facilities territory-wide, utilizing funding through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, or ARPA. Currently, the contractor is preparing the sites and awaiting permits for the installation of the 20 manufactured solar workstations. One of the strengths that remain throughout this department is our ability to be flexible and adjust. Although many of our facilities are under construction, my team continues to produce programs. You can witness multiple activities going on at these facilities at the same time, and the staff has yet to use lack of facilities as an excuse not to offer quality programs. Further proof of our flexibility was demonstrated when we offered virtual summer camps during the pandemic. Our weakness continues to be the need for more resources. In the Brian Roach administration's first 4 years, DSPR has done an excellent job closing the gap and filling the need for equipment required to carry out its mandate. We have made significant strides in procuring much-needed equipment to help meet our mandate. We recently procured and received new trucks for our new hired employees. A total of 5 2,500 Silverado trucks were purchased, 1 for the island of St. John, 1 for the island of St. Thomas, and 3 for the island of St. Croix. These vehicles were timely, as now we can assign our employees to cover more locations throughout the island. Vehicles for the ground crew and heavy equipment such as the John Deere tractor, backhoe attachments, beach cleaning equipment, bush whips, and zero turns were purchased for both districts. I intend to include and request for additional equipment in the department's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. We continue to promote new and fun programs for all ages, and with new facilities coming online, we have the opportunity to add additional staffing. Although staffing is a challenge for this department, the Human Resources Office have done an excellent job seeking to hire energetic, qualified individuals. We continue to seek diverse individuals who can bring fresh and innovative ideas to our department. But the demand for reliable, action-oriented, and passionate team members are steadily growing. With several of our recovery projects beginning active construction within the next 2 months, a major threat for this department is the increasing prices realized in the supply chain for materials needed to repair our facilities, and the need for adequate funding to satisfy those costs. Often, the costs are over and beyond the FEMA grant funding allocated, and the department is responsible for the remaining costs. As it pertains to the department's relationship with Carnival, the relationship between the Department of Tourism, Division of Festival, and DSPR is solely based on the use of DSPR facilities. Unfortunately, the facilities typically requested, i.e. Lionel Roberts Stadium, Emile Griffith Park, were unable or unavailable to the Division of Festival this year because they are active construction sites. I want to thank the men and women of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation who come to work day in and day out to make a difference in the people of the territory lives. The individuals who work long, late hours and who do so with a sense of pride. I genuinely appreciate and thank every employee of this department. Senator, I want to thank you. This concludes my testimony, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner White. And I'll let you catch your breath for a second there. I wanted to inquire before we proceed into the line of questioning. We will have a 7-minute round. But I wanted to know in your for your projects, and I've been actually getting some phone calls regarding the racetrack on St. Croix. My sources have told me that they have not seen any permits from the company that is responsible for building out the track. And I wanted to know from you, what was your understanding on the matter currently?
Calvert White, Commissioner, Sports, Park, and Recreation. Senator VIGL have submitted their modification application. As a matter of fact, that application was submitted earlier this month for the Randall Jack James redevelopmental project. That application now sits with CZM at DPNR and is under review.
Very well. This is a unfortunate, prolonged issue that is leaving. Not that I'm blaming you, Commissioner. I'm just stating that is leaving the people of the Virgin Islands, horse owners, and trainers in a state of limbo that is concerning for the status of horse racing here in the Virgin Islands. And horse racing has long been a very rich culture and tradition of the Virgin Islands. And reviving the fate of horse racing in the Virgin Islands solely depends on the outcomes of the company that is responsible for their individual jurisdiction of that track. One could easily assume what the holdup is, but I'm hoping that it gets resolved so that we can move forward.
I do want to put it on the record that the company that was contracted to do the work, which is Vivo, have mobilized to the site. Their equipment is already at the location right now. In speaking to them, they are just waiting for the permits. As they receive the permits, they are ready to begin work.
Okay, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. And before we begin order of questioning will be Senator Johnson, Senator Blyden, Senator Carrion, Senator Francis Jr., and Senator Francis Heiliger. And one more thing concerning the Paul E. Joseph Stadium. Has there been a designated timeline?
Yeah, we're still set for the completion of this project at the end of the year. For going any unforeseen circumstances, that is still the timeline.
Very well, thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning there, Mr. Calvert White, Commissioner.
Morning, Senator.
I want to ask you a few questions here, and I want to start with the DC Canigata tennis court. It's one of the most utilized tennis courts here on the island. What's the status and timeline for that court being resurfaced and enlightened to the LED lights?
Thank you for that. Excuse me. Senator, so to answer your question first, because that is the most used tennis court, I think it was strategically done that we wanted to wait for that one to be resurfaced last. That court is in pretty decent condition. There's not a lot of cracks, so it is probably going to be able to be done fairly quickly. The contractor for that project should be back on island on St. Croix within the next 2 weeks. However, the first facility that they're probably going to tackle when they reach on St. Croix is going to be the Scion Farm facility. But strategically, the tennis courts at DC Canigata was set for last because it was one of the more least cracked courts. As far as the lighting, I think is your second question, the LED lighting.
Yeah.
That is in tune with the project. So once the contractor is awarded for that facility, they will then install the new LED lights.
And in speaking to some folks that utilize that court, said they have a lot of issues with getting a net. Sometimes the group of them have to put their money up together to get nets once the net is destroyed. Doesn't the department purchase nets and have some on standby?
I'm surprised to hear that no one has ever called my office asking for a net. As a matter of fact, I know we have brand new nets in storage. So that is not an issue, replacing the net. So if whoever the caller is listening, please contact my office. But getting the nets replaced at the facilities is not an issue.
I'll make sure I pass that information on. You spoke about the DC Canigata, not the DC Canigata, Creamer's Park.
Yes.
You spoke about those cabans. And I happened to pass up there during the Easter time, just browsing around to see how many campers was up there and stuff like that. And I don't think none of anything finished yet. What I saw there, one of them was close to completion. So I need you to tell me a little bit more about that, because what I saw over the Easter.
Yeah, I think if you pass up there again today, perhaps you'll see that their roofing is on, and I think at least 3 of them. There is some work that we have to do as far as ADA walkways, going to some of the cabanas, but for all intended purposes, the structure of at least 3 of them should be completed.
And why I asked that question, I would like to know why it wasn't possible to try to complete one, because people are still utilizing the beach, and complete one in its complete so that it can be utilized.
Yeah, so I could answer that. Completing one cabana still wouldn't have allowed us to let the community use them, because that site is considered an active construction site. I'm willing to bet the contractor, because of liability reasons, would not have allowed people to utilize one while construction was going on the other 4. I just think it's just safer for us to finish all of them before we release them back to the public.
Well, what I saw there, he had each of those cabanas completely fenced around. So how we have each of them fenced around to avoid people from utilizing or getting on them, I think it would have been feasible if he had completed, because each of those cabanas have a fence around each one of them, but nobody can go and utilize them or be underneath them for safety, and I respect that. But I think if he had keep the rest of them fenced up, it would have been easy to have that accomplished. But
yeah, again, Senator, once a contractor takes over a work site, they have the ability to tell the department,
2 minutes.
Commissioner, we don't want people accessing this area. Again, for obvious reasons, liability reasons, they have to take out insurances on these property. Anybody get injured or anything like that, it's on that contractor. We have had other facilities that contractors allowed us to do activities while they were doing work. We had some incidents where equipment and stuff was stolen because they allowed us, and then they reverted to telling us they don't want anyone on the site. So each contractor is different, but they do have the ability to decide if they want people in the construction zone or not once it's considered a construction site.
do you have any information on the status of that basketball court in Campo Rico?
Status as opposed to what?
The lights and stuff like that?
Yeah, so my staff in-house is checking on the electrical for the lights right there. Campo Rico is one of the facilities that is set to get resurfaced. I don't think I mentioned in my testimony, but there's a number of facilities that I have not completed yet on St. Croix. Campo Rico is one, Glen facility is another one, the basketball court at Mumbiju is another facility, and then DC Canigata. So when the contractor returns to St. Croix, Campo Rico will see that surface being redone and restriped. But the lights, I'm getting it done in-house by my staff.
And in regards to, every time I come St. Thomas, right there by the waterfront state in Emile Griffith, there's a big puddle of water, and I think that's a site.
So I was supposed to meet DPW and Waste Management this week. It's a storm drain that goes out to the waterfront, and from time to time. That drain gets clogged. Waste Management has been to that facility numerous times, have unclogged it, allowed the water to go through. But I think there's some problem from some businesses farther up in the not Savannah area, but around the Landry area that assist with that storm drain getting clogged, grease being thrown down into it and whatnot. But we were supposed to address that this week between myself, DPW, and Waste Management.
Mr. Chair, may I wrap up on one more question?
Please proceed.
Before you even get to the question, it's Carnival coming up in St. Thomas. That waterfront have your Juve. We need to emphasize on safety for people that's going to be visiting and make sure that thing get taken care of like yesterday. My last question I wanted to ask you, I heard you spoke a little bit about the racetrack, Clinton Phipps racetrack. How many employees do you have on that track walking right now?
0.
That question was purposely asked, and the reason why it was purposely asked, there were some measures moved to put some $150,000 to buy equipment for that track. And if we take government funds and buy equipment for that track, if we do, who will be utilizing these equipment?
Yes, Senator. Currently, I don't have any employee station at Clinton Phipps. If you remember, when the franchise agreement was signed in 2016 and VIGL took over that track, at that time, I think I had about 3 or 4 employees working at Clinton E. Phipps racetrack. Those employees were either reassigned or resigned from the department. I think I even had one employee that left the department and went to work with VIGL. Because they took over the facility, we had no employee station at that facility. Unfortunately, the facility was turned back over to Sports Park and Recreation, but those employees were already resigned. So currently, I don't have any employees stationed out there.
So would you have any use for equipments of that nature that they were looking to utilize government funds as that?
Currently, I don't. If it's then decided that the track ultimately will then be given back to the Department of Sports Park and Recreation, I will probably have to come back to this body to increase my budget to hire 3 to 4 employees to then be stationed back at that racetrack so that they can maintain and use that equipment.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's important that we pay attention to things like this because this funding was you didn't ask for that money, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. We need to pay close attention to these things because if the track is going to be run by a private company, it's unfair that the government money is used to buy equipment that government employees are not going to be used. But maybe you might have some extra money to buy some lawnmowers. So let's say if that money is there, how we could find ways for you to utilize it because I'm quite sure you'll have good use for that money in other departments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before we proceed to Vice President Blyden, the good senator from Frederickstead referenced Kramer's Park. And I wanted to know the concession building in regards to the historical site that was discovered in the area. Has a decision been made as to how you're going to move forward with that recreational building?
Yes. We have identified a new location. It's kind of adjacent to where the current building is right now. That facility was deemed to have some type of historic and archaeological significance, and that's why it was deemed that we weren't going to be able to renovate the existing building. In addition to the new concession, I think Kramer's Park has the ability to create some additional recreational facilities, i.e. Outdoor beach volleyball facility. That is something that the department is aggressively looking at. I think it has space probably for a basketball court, but there's a lot of land area at that facility and we want to utilize it to the fullest. We have some funds that we are actively seeking from the Tourism Outdoor Recreation Fund, I think some $5 million. And some of that I think is going to be used to possibly construct an outdoor volleyball facility. Again, that can be used locally or enhanced for tourism product.
Very well, thank you. Vice President Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, Central staff. Good morning, Commissioner White, and thank you for your testimony.
Morning.
I know in your testimony you spoke to some almost $30 million in recovery and FEMA grant funding. Well, what I want to focus my line of questioning on is, honestly, in the interim, what's going on in the sports and recreation space when it comes to our young children and our young people. I know you spoke of several programs in your testimony. I want to go to different communities. I'm going to start with NADA. I know you said in your testimony that several courts have been resurfaced, which I really appreciate, and the young men and women appreciate also. But I know some of those courts, you know, I want to know what it looks like when it comes to your coordination and in conjunction with your funding, because some of the courts are resurfaced, but there's no lighting. You see what I'm saying? Some are resurfaced, but there is no bleachers for folks to sit on, etc. So how are you coordinating all of the above to assure that, you know, it can be completed in a timely fashion, and or if not, what's being done in terms of safety, etc. Speak to that briefly for me, please.
Yeah, so a lot of our projects have multiple stages. If you look at a facility, you have the facility itself, you have lighting, you have bleachers. The resurfacing project for our basketball courts is a separate project all by itself that includes just the resurfacing. We recently procured, I think, $1.5 million for a territorial lighting project. This is going to put lighting at majority of our baseball fields, some of our basketball courts, and that's one project. So while you may see the basketball courts getting resurfaced now and nothing wasn't done with the lights, that is a separate project in itself that probably will be done, not probably, will be done at a later time. We made a decision, I think late last year, that we know that all of our lighting, we want to switch over to the LED systems. So instead of doing each facility as a separate project, what we did is we looked at all the facilities territory-wide and combining all the facilities together as one lighting project. So I have a project for $1.5 million that is going to see all the lights in these facilities change as one project.
Okay, very well. And speaking about NADA, the field, who does the field belongs to? The field. Does that belong to the Sports Parks and Recreation? Who does it belong to, the property? Because right now
I don't want to misspeak. I know when they was doing construction on the bridge, Public Works took possession of that. If you go farther by the basketball court and the playground, obviously that's under Sports Park and Recreation.
You said they took possession of it. How do you mean they took possession of it?
Well,
Officially or just utilize it because they needed it at that time? Or who is actually in charge of that area? Because right now it's so blighted. There's a bunch of boats.
Yeah, I see cars and boats.
It's ridiculous, really.
So the NADA basketball court and playground is under Sports Park.
Commissioner, let the senator finish his statement before responding so that the stenographer can also account accordingly. Please hold, Senator.
And while you're drinking your water,
yeah.
I could ask you also, where's your assistant? Because I know you're under the weather and it would have been nice to have him here also so he can take some of the load off of you.
Who's that?
Your assistant, Commissioner.
Both of my assistants are joining us virtually. Like
I didn't know that. Where?
Yeah. My team is on Zoom.
Zoom. I don't.
So you can feel free to ask them any questions that you want. So I've been under the weather for the last week now. I have 2 other staff that are also run the weather. We made a decision not just because of us being under the weather, but we had some issues because it's carnival time with travel and whatnot.
Understood.
And that's why they're. But they are joined via Zoom if you have any questions.
Very well. Back to the field.
Yes.
So you're not sure who the field belongs to?
I am not.
Okay, very well. I'll have to do my due diligence and we need to do something about it. Now let's go to McBean. In your testimony, you said that as of yesterday, they've done construction at Al McBean Park.
Say that again?
Alvin McBean Park. You said as of yesterday it's closed. Which area are we speaking to?
No. So McBean is a project that hasn't, it's already went out to bid. I think we awarded that project to a contractor. I am not sure if a notice to proceed was given yet, but that is a project that should be starting within the next month, I would say.
And when that occurs, is it the whole facility going to be closed? I mean, how are you going to do it? Like how you did Griffith, you had a sun area curtain off. How will that work?
So again, that is determined on the contractor. The contractor might say the entire site is considered a construction
Correct.
site. Or the contractor might say, Commissioner, I know you have limited facilities. For right now, I can just work on the baseball field. I'll give you access to the basketball court and the tennis courts. And then when I'm ready for that, then you'll get back access to the baseball field and then I'll move over. Or he may say, I don't want to take the liability. The entire site I'm working on right now, I need the whole facility closed down.
Okay, very well. And in respect to your facilities, speaking of facilities, I know your testimony also spoke to the dance program.
The who?
The dance program, and you're continuing it on a regular basis. I know several weeks ago, I received a call, in respect to a situation whereas the young ladies were there practicing around the field on the court with the dance, but at the same time, some young men was practicing like softball, pitching and whatever in the playground, and the ball came over the fence and it caused an issue. How does it work in terms of your facilities in respect to, say, you have people on the basketball court playing basketball, it's for basketball. The playground is to play. But you have to say, where can we find, or within your facility, place for those individuals who want to come out and practice and have nowhere else to practice dance, etc. How does that work? Can you clarify that for me, please? Because I don't like that type of situation because they're all our children and we want them to be able to go outside and do what needs to be done. And while you're
Morning.
good morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner. Could I answer that in that situation, please?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. How you doing?
Hey, morning. I'm all right, Senator.
Yes.
Kurt Thomas, District Administrator, St. Thomas, St. John. In reference to the Winston Ramo, because you're speaking towards the Winston Ramo, where
Yes.
that incident took place.
Yes.
That was one incident out of 20 odd weeks that happened. Basically, when that incident took place, the people utilizing, and it's a different dance group outside of the Sports Park and Recreation dance group that's at Alamala School. That's a dance group that utilizes the Winston Ramo facility on Saturdays. That incident took place at the time where they had, I guess, a young man throwing baseball. Many times our facilities are wide open and things happen. So for them to make a call to the Senate office, making it a big issue, I mean, that's a problem on my stance. When employees were there, I walked over there from the Land Rapids Stadium. We spoke to the individuals, we spoke to the members there, and we even followed up and met with the parent of the young man and the coaches for the baseball team of the young man. I don't see it ending up being a big issue, but it was something that was told to the person utilizing the facility. If they're going to be outside, close off or even ask the young men to remove themselves. And if they're not able to, just go to one of the employees and allow the employees to have them be removed.
I appreciate your response, and it was just an inquiry on my part because I was around the area too, and they came to me and they were asking in terms of how does it work in terms of individual utilizing certain spaces within the sports park and recreation space. So I was just making an inquiry, but it wasn't really a complaint, it was just a question. But I appreciate your response, and I appreciate your follow-up and follow-through, and thank you so much for all of your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Senator, I want to add before you go on. I think the community need to understand that we just live in a territory where we have lack of facilities. There's times where you could pass some of our fields and you'll see 3 different sports playing on one facility. You'll see baseball happening at Emile Griffith Park. At the same time, you might see somebody throwing football. And then in a corner, you might see somebody kicking soccer. We understand that we don't have the level of facilities for all of our sports. So the staff does a great job trying to maneuver and adjust to allow everybody to utilize our facilities. It's ironic because, you said there was dancing on an outdoor basketball court. Had Mr. Thomas or the staff made a decision that we weren't going to allow them to use the facility, you would have gotten another call saying we didn't allow them. So it's a no-win situation for us. We allow them to use it and something happens, we get blamed. We don't allow them to use it, we get blamed. But this staff does a great job trying to fit every sport in, even when it causes issues with other organizations.
Thank you for that clarity, Commissioner. And Commissioner, concerning on the island of St. John, Oppenheimer Beach, I visited Oppenheimer Beach a number of months ago, and I saw that the foundation for the facility on the beach that is under your jurisdiction has been compromised. And through erosion and climate change, we've seen our shorelines disappear. And I'm curious to know, what are your plans for that facility, as it's the only government of the Virgin Islands beach recreational facility on the island of St. John?
I'll pass that question to my Deputy Director in St. John, Mr. Hill, so he can give you an update on the status of Oppenheimer right now.
Hi, good morning, Senator. Elroy Hill, Deputy Director, St. John. Just 2 weeks ago, we had the engineers over Oppenheimer going over the structural part of the project. The drawings are now about 90% finished. But the structural is what we are waiting for right now from the engineers. So hopefully in a couple of weeks, we should have that information.
The water, Mr. Hill, the water is underneath the building. The water is going underneath the foundation of the building. So I'm curious to know, are they going to demolish the building? Are they going to create some sort of diversion to keep the water from continuing to go under the building?
That's what the structural engineers are looking at right now. There's a couple things that they was talking about doing to curb the water from going, like put some boulders out front or to pile drive some stuff in front. But basically doing stuff close to the beach, that could be a problem. So the engineers, as I said, we got to wait for the engineers to come up with their conclusion or what they're going to move.
Very well. I look forward to that conclusion. Thank you for the answer. Senator Carrion, you are now recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and Commissioner, his staff, and the people of U.S. Virgin Islands. Good day, Commissioner. So I want to start. Yes, I want to start by commending you and your team for the mentorship program. I think that's an awesome program that it's much needed in our community. So I think that's a good way forward, along with the Community Align. I think is a nonprofit that is working along with you guys. So great on that. I also like in your testimony you mentioned about the coach appreciation and training workshop that will be taking place tomorrow. That's correct?
Yeah, I can have Miss Henry give you a little more detail on those coaching clinics. She's actively involved in that, Miss Henry.
Yeah, and she could take a few seconds there to invite those coaches to come and be there tomorrow, I guess. Miss Henley? Okay, I guess Miss Henley is not connected.
Please hold the senator's time.
Oh, there she go.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, sorry. Morning. Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. So as the commissioner mentioned, we have 2 trainers from the Positive Coaching Alliance coming in actually this evening. On Saturday, we'll be at the Castleberg Center from 8 a.m. to about 3 p.m. And on Sunday, we'll be at the Winston Ramos Center in St. Thomas, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So basically, they'll be going over touching bases on things with coaches and how to relate to student players, best practices, how to create a successful organization for those who run actual travel teams. They'll be touching a little bit about sports safety. We'll go into a little bit leadership skills and things like that. So it's a pretty comprehensive workshop in one day.
And it's open to all coaches in the territory?
Yes, they told us we can invite other coaches. If they are available, they can come out on Saturday.
Great. So that's tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Correct. Castleberg Center.
Great. And how have you guys been promoting it?
To be honest, initially this was something that was being done for the Reviving Baseball and Softball program that we are currently running. We only found out, I think it was Thursday evening in our prep meeting, that we could invite other coaches. So we basically sent out the flyers to our Little League coaches and things like that. So it wasn't something we were able to kind of get out there as much.
Sure. Well, I'm glad you're opening up to other coaches. Thank you so much. Commissioner, talking about promoting and so forth, share with us your marketing plan, because one of the things we continue to hear in our community is nothing happening, nothing is going on, and get nothing for the young people, and get nothing for the children them. So, and we know that you have some programs going on, but I think what we're failing is in getting the information out. So can you share with us what your department is doing in getting information out about the programs you have available for our young people?
First off, I want to put it on the record. That's false news. There's tons of programs going on. not just within this department, but a lot of nonprofit organizations that are out there. I do agree with you. We probably need to do a better job getting this information out. One of the things this department did within the last year, going on 2 years, is we hired a PIO, person that's responsible for getting all of our information out. We created a Facebook page, Instagram. I think we have a TikTok now. We have a website. But for whatever reason, people use different mediums to get information, and it just seems like some of it is not getting to the people that it needs to get to. So I know my assistant commissioners have had conversations with the PIO that we just want information put out. We don't care if you put it out 3-4 times a day, the same information. Somebody may not have caught it this morning, but might have been scanning Facebook later on in the afternoon and catch it that way. We utilize several other radio stations within the territory to get our information out, commercials. Usually when we have games, RBI stuff, we put it in the newspaper. So we were using the traditional medium.
Okay.
There's a system that I think we want to
time is running,
invest in.
Commissioner. Thank you. So I just want to encourage you and your team to do a little bit more. I know you guys are doing to get the information out there so that members in the community can hear what the great things that the department is doing, and there's no excuses. So using all the medias that are available. So also regards to lighting, I know that we are working on the courts, but there's some courts like the one in Frederickstead, Emile Henderson Court. There's no lighting there. Status on that. We need to have some lights so young people could play.
Yeah, again, and I'll probably leave AC Hansen talk about this a little bit, but I did speak to the maintenance crew last week specifically about Emile Henderson, Cheo, as you know him, or Jose. He was on leave. He told me, I think he got back to work Wednesday, but he was going to look at that facility to address the lighting. I got a call from a private citizen who had a donor who was willing to send somebody, an electrician, to that facility to kind of monitor and see what the issue was. But I don't think it's something major that the staff in-house probably would be able to address. AC Hansen, I don't know if you have a little more information on the lights down at Emile Henderson that you can give the senator.
No, you're right. We are working with a couple of electricians actually, and to come up with a plan. And those.
Please provide your name and title for
Renee
the stenographer.
Hansen. I apologize. Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, St. Croix District. Yes, we are working on a plan to address the lights in that basketball court, and we should have a resolution hopefully by next week.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Chair, if I may just in closing, my other concern, Commissioner, is with the coding of the courts. I've seen some of the courts that have been recently coded cracking. How many have you had within your report that have been cracked? And what's the process with that? Do we have a type of warranty with the contractor? Because these things are just freshly done.
Yeah, so Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports Park and Recreation. The funny thing about it is we have, I think, 2 or 3 courts on St. Croix that the plexipave came up. I don't have any courts on St. Thomas that happened to. I think what we've came to the conclusion of, and what you're seeing is not the cracking, Senator. It's a coating over the court that is starting to lift up. 2 things causes that to happen. Every time we get a little tremor or earthquake, it shakes the ground. Believe it or not, the court moves, and that's causing it. But I've told the contractor that plexipave seal on top, I just don't think it's conducive to our weather here in the Virgin Islands, and maybe we don't need to put that over. They are aware of it. When they come back on island, they know they have to revisit those courts to address those situations. So we're covered.
Okay, just wanted to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for the second round for my other questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Commissioner, concerning your summer camps this year, how many summer camps will you be having for the people of the Virgin Islands, and what are the maximum capacity of youth per camp, per island district?
Sorry about that, Senator. I'll turn that question over to both my district administrators who oversee summer camp in both districts, Ms. Henry and Mr. Thomas. Ladies first, I'll let Ms. Henry go.
Hi, good morning. Jamila Henry, Sinclair District Administrator. Repeat the question for me, please. Sorry.
Concerning your summer camps, how many camps are you conducting per district, and what is the maximum amount of young people per camp?
This year for 2023, we have 4 sites. We'll have DC Canagata Ballpark, and that will be housing basketball, tennis, baseball, our marine program, and our cheer, step, and dance program. Each of those programs will have 30 participants maximum. Then at Rudy Krieger in Science Farm, we'll have softball and volleyball. Those two will also be 30 max. Then at John H. Woodson Gym, we do our advanced basketball training, and that's actually for ages 14 to 18 with the same max of 30. And then at Renhold Jackson Complex in WIM, we'll have baseball, basketball, softball, and volleyball, all with 30 participants max.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Thomas, St. Thomas St. John.
Morning again, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, St. Thomas St. John. In the St. Thomas St. John District, as far as St. John, we have the outdoor camp, which would most likely, first and foremost, on the St. Thomas end, we have more facilities spread out, so we are able to maximize on the numbers a little more. As far as St. John, we try to get to the 50 to 60 capacity. Maybe one year we hit like 70, so I would say we stay in the window of 60. On the island of St. Thomas, we will be utilizing the Lion Rabbit Stadium for soccer, football, and right now the 12 to 14 ages for baseball. So those numbers would most likely have to stay in the general number of 30 and below, being that we're utilizing one facility for 3 different camps. That's utilizing the ball field. The Winston Ramos Center will house the cultural education camp. That one, we are able to house at least 65 comfortable, where we can utilize the entire facility. Then we move to the Joseph Arbane, which is one of the biggest camps, which is the baseball camp, ages 6 to 11, whereas that camp we have in the past years maximized on 100, but due to facility space, we will downsize to 60, 65. The sports and tennis camp, which is at the Al McBean complex, which we most likely will be adding the softball program to that facility, being at the Emmy Griffith Ballpark right now is under construction. The softball program would house 25 to 30. Then the sports camp, we can maximize. That's a camp that has held 100 students before, and the tennis program will be 25 to 30. I think I covered all our facilities and camps.
Thank you.
And dance. The big bad dance camp, which that number relates to the space that we're able to utilize. Right now, we actually partner with the Department of Education in accommodating space. And right now, Charlotte Tamale High School Gymnasium will not be available for the summer program. So it will be either, we're hoping we get back the old location we used to utilize, which would be the Lockhart Elementary School, where we had 3 to 4 classrooms, which actually allowed us to house at least 80 students. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and hoping that we do get the Lockhart Elementary. So
Thank
football, soccer, baseball, dance, cultural arts, sports camp, tennis, outdoor, and softball for the St. Thomas and John districts.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, I'm noticing somewhat of a little disparity here between the amount of camps and the maximum amount of students in the camps in comparison to St. Croix. Why is there such a disparity between?
So I think the district administrators explain it. If you listen to Ms. Hendry, although she said 4 sites, one of those sites had about 4 or 5 different camps at it. When you have to put 4 camps at one site, your numbers are going to decrease because you're trying to get more camps associated with it. There's a number of factors. We also are regulated by Human Services where I think now it's for 5 children is 1 camp adult. If we get the assistance, usually we reach out to the Department of Labor. We hire summer workers ourselves. We get people from the legislature. But a lot of the time, we just don't have the staffing to cover the numbers that we want to do. I know back in the day, we used to have well over 100 campers at our sites. But you need the staff to cover those numbers. And if you don't have it, we rather go lower where we know we can manage a safe environment.
Very well, very well. Senate President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers from Sports Park and Recreation, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, first I'd like to thank you and your team for continuing to be a progressive department as you endeavor to continue to perform with excellence over at Sports Park and Recreation. We certainly appreciate your hard work. I wanted to ask you, how do you determine the level of use of your facilities? Are you taking attendance? Do you count the number of individuals that utilize the facilities? How do you determine a level of use?
I'll let the district administrators answer that. But before they do, I do want to say that we give data to Kids Count as far as the number of people that we service through our facilities. A lot of this data is collected through applications. All of our programs, individuals are required to register for them no matter what the program is. One, it tells us how many people are attending those programs. 2, for insurance purposes. Once they do that application, we know now they're covered under the department insurance. But it's just data collecting. Basically, the applications that we put out for all of our programs, which are required for every program that we do, is collected and held within the department.
Very well. I think that suffice. Is there, I guess, somewhat of a membership card or anything that you believe that could help you with the numbers? Because obviously we have individuals that may be in a program, but they may bring along a friend, or other individuals that may not necessarily be a part of that program will attend. Is there some type of a little ID card, a swipe, or anything that could be utilized again to drive your numbers? And I believe that if you could maximize numbers, you'll be in a better position for grants and different things.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I've never thought about a membership card. Like I said, interesting suggestion. What I do see within our programs is you see the same returning clients. And when I say clients, I'm talking about the children that partake in our activities. The same children that is coming out for baseball is the same child that's coming for basketball, that's coming for soccer, that's coming for football. We have a lot of athletes within our territory that are multi-sport athletes, but we normally see the same children and parents, associating with most of our programs. We don't close it off to anyone. I had a big discussion with an individual the other day who kind of got on the department and said we don't promote activities for special needs children. And I wanted to tell that individual that that's not true. This department does not turn away anyone. We may not promote that we do have it for special needs, but if you have a child and they can keep up with our program and they do have special needs, we're going to allow them to participate.
Very well. Thank you for that. What is the status of lifeguards? Have you been able to hire any additional lifeguards?
Yeah, I've had this issue for the last years. So first, let me state I don't have an issue in St. Croix. People in St. Croix swim. They go to the beach a lot. So we don't have a lifeguard problem in St. Croix per se. Where I do have an issue is on the island of St. Thomas. Finding qualified lifeguards is difficult. I will tell you that I met with the two gentlemen that was heroic and saved the individuals from the car that went over the waterfront. And I assure them that when they graduate from high school, if they want a job within this department as a lifeguard, they are already hired.
Very well. Surveillance cameras, Wi-Fi, what are some of the technologies that's being deployed at these facilities? Any surveillance cameras?
Yeah, currently I have a project of about $1.2 million that's sitting for review at BIT. They are the agency that approves those types of projects. And it's to install camera systems throughout all of the facilities within the territory. I'm looking to launch that program, hopefully, if not the end of this month, by next month we'll get out an RFP on PNP website for potential contractors to bid on that. But it's a 1.2 camera system program that is going to be placed in cameras in all of our facilities.
Very well. My time is running, so I'll ask you to be succinct with your response. Skateboard, rollerblading, any of those type of activities will be something that you'll be pursuing in the near future?
Absolutely, Senator. Currently, we have a large group of people that traverse the Annals Retreat basketball court. I am currently working with that organization to relocate them to the Ezra Fredericks baseball court and build a skate pump or a pump track at that facility on St. Croix. Just Monday, I met with an individual at the Mumbiju Community Center, and they are also starting a skate program.
Very well. And video games competition, getting those video gamers out of their house and perhaps in facilities that they could have at least some interaction and be able to compete. Any plans on doing that?
Yeah, we already started that. During COVID, the department purchased several PlayStations and big screen TVs. Those was placed in several of our facilities on St. Croix. The weird thing is we try to do things to help the community. I know at one facility somebody broke in there and went with one of the TVs. But that's not going to stop us from putting up those type of programs. But we already purchased the equipment, PlayStation TVs, to do those type of things. And we've already ran 2 successful, I think, e-game tournaments on the island of St. Croix.
Okay. And any progress on the cover over a basketball court? I think Profit was earmarked to be the first pilot program there. Any progress in that?
Yeah. We're still trying to identify
time.
I think resources. And when I say resources, the funding. I've worked very well with Senator Carrion on this project. There was a funding source that was identified for this project. I will go on the record and say it, and I spoke to Senator Carrion. I wasn't in favor of the funding source that was identified for that project because it took away money from this department for our summer program. I am in favor of this project just under the right funding source.
Very well. And my time has been called. Is there any horse race going to be happening for Carnival?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a quick no, man. Before I move on, I have a couple questions, but before I do that, I wanted to formally acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Alma Francis Heileger and also Senator Diane Capehart. Commissioner, the President asked about lifeguards, and I think that was a very interesting question because we have been seeing a spike in deaths with our tourists who come here to the Virgin Islands to visit and enjoy the sun and the sea. And we've been seeing that numbers slowly going up. And it comes to mind that, the national park, not that I'm, throwing a wrench in the spoke or anything, but they only provide lifeguards on the beaches that they charge a fee for. And I think that we should be providing lifeguards. If you have jurisdiction over a number of beaches, you should at least provide a lifeguard on every single beach that you have jurisdiction over. And it comes to mind that we as a government as well also have some beaches, like for instance, I referenced Oppenheimer earlier. Is the department seeking any alternatives to maybe have civilian lifeguards, people who want to volunteer their time or anything of that nature? Because I think we want to try to be proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, so I haven't had a conversation with any volunteers or civilians that want to be lifeguards. I would caution that because once you're placing a lifeguard on a facility, it has to be somebody who's qualified to do just such. Lifeguard is not an easy job. You see them sitting down in a chair all day, maybe 364 days a year, until that one day when they do have to go and save someone. I'll give you a funny story. We interviewed for some lifeguards one time, and part of the training is you have to go through this physical test where you have to swim around the buoys. You have to retrieve a 25-pound brick out of the water. We had I want to say he was a certified lifeguard that was interviewing for the position to join our department. And our lifeguard had to go out and save that lifeguard while he was doing the training. It's not an easy job. I couldn't do it. It's very physical and strenuous. It's a job that when you have to jump into action and save somebody, you better be ready to do it. So I wouldn't say I would just have civilians doing that, because if you have a civilian go out and they're not able to do what they're supposed to do, then you put yourself in some type of liability risk. But it is a serious problem that we have, especially here in St. Thomas. Like I said, I attended the Sea Trade Conference this year, and part of my communications with these cruise lines was help us help you. As you stated, we do have about one drowning a year out on Cookie Beach, unfortunately. Stuff like equipment, jet skis, rapid response vehicles, boards, the ADA units, just stuff that these crew lines may not even be a dent in their pocket that they could probably purchase and give to the department, may afford us to save a tourist or local. So that was my conversation with several of them, Carnival Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean, that there are some emergency equipment that if they're willing to purchase for us, we can now give the lifeguard that make the response time shorter and would probably save somebody's life.
Very well. And really quickly, any plans for a skating ring on St. John?
Again, no. Location and spots is a problem on St. John. You need some big spot. I've been having a lot of conversations with the Department of Education to do and put some recreational facilities there at what's the school in Coroboy?
Guy Benjamin.
Huh?
Guy Benjamin.
Guy Benjamin. That's a possibility. I know the church is willing to allow us to use some of that area that we've used in the past. I don't want to say no. As long as I could find a space to put it, I'm willing to help them do so.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heileger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, as well as central staff and my staff alike. You spoke earlier when it spoke to community centers. When it comes to the community centers, what type of participation do you get with young people coming to these centers for recreational activities?
Let me pass that question to my district administrators, Mr. Thomas and Ms. Henry.
Morning again, Kirk Thomas, District Administrator, St. Thomas, St. John. Senator, that's an open-ended question. So if you could bring it a little closer in.
Do you guys collect any data as to what type of participation you get throughout the various communities where you are utilizing or going into the community centers? Do you see versus specific programs you're offering, you see an increase of more participation versus another? Do you see where, whether you're there or not, they even care to participate with you? Because for us to see if we're getting any types of results, you guys should be collecting some type of data to see exactly if this is effective, what you're doing.
Okay, to try to answer your compound question, first and foremost, good COVID, bad COVID. We were able to actually keep data. Basically, when someone attended one of our facilities, what we started was an actual log sheet that was kept for the day, so we could record who was in, who was out of the facilities. Most of the facilities, that still continues today. Therefore, we're able, and on the St. Thomas end, we're able to actually, know who's there or what is there. Now, under the guidance of Assistant Commissioner Roberts, we have also established now a facility calendar. And this facility calendar, you as a person who wants to utilize the facility has to call the office and make that actual reservation with the main office, that being Mrs. Everly Vanterpool
Okay,
Forbes.
so the data that you collect, does this help you in order to see if you are being effective in these programs or not?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you. Earlier in the testimony, we heard a little bit about the resurfacing of, say, for example, the basketball courts, et cetera. But also in my office, I get several phone calls where parents or young people are concerned about the safety around some of these recreational areas. Do you guys coordinate or partner with, say, law enforcement? Share a little bit about that to help clean up some of these areas so the children would feel safe to even want to utilize them.
Yeah, so the district administrators keep me abreast of to what events they need police presence. If it's a neighborhood or an outdoor area where we feel, one, we're going to have a large crowd, they ask me to send that request to VIPD. Usually I am the one that send it commissioner to commissioner, asking for police presence to attend those events, and usually they do.
Well, outside of the presence, in coordinating with the officers, do you feel that there is going to come a day where we might not need to have it, where these young people will feel safe outside of, just say they want to go play a basketball game, outside a coordinated event? I'm trying to get to a point where safety is the order of the day so that even anyone that wants to use it don't have to wait for an event where police presence is there.
Yeah, I think we see that now. We see individuals utilizing our facilities with no police presence. I do want to put an ad that's another great reason why I think this department could use an enforcement arm. Not just for our beaches and facilities, but if we had enforcement officers, now we don't have to make that call to VIPD. We have people already within the department that would be scheduled to monitor those facilities.
Good. We talked a little bit in regards to repairing some of the familiar used areas, Emil Griffith, parks such as that. What about parks such as Smith Bay, Tiny Tots? Could you share a little bit about the progress with some of those parks that we see have not been fixed as yet?
Yeah, so I mentioned the Tourism Outdoor Recreation Fund that this department is going to receive $5 million. Within that fund, I asked the both assistant commissioners to designate 5 to 6 playgrounds in each area, each district, where they would like to see new equipment. They have already given me that information. It was submitted and sent to OMB. So we plan to see new facilities, new playgrounds throughout the territory coming really soon, as it appears to Smith Bay baseball field. I am working with the Army Corps of Engineers. Obviously, we have a flooding issue out there. And that seriously needs to be addressed.
Well, I know the last time that's why I asked about Smith Bay again, because we did have this dialogue before. And I wanted an update to see if we were getting anywhere with it. So we're still at the part with the Army Corps of
I am
Engineers?
moving forward with the contractor as far as to do the designs for that facility. Once he's able to do that, I'm going to put that contract out to bid. I would like for the flooding situation to be addressed before, but hopefully it happens simultaneously. But if not, I'm just going to go ahead and get that facility
Because
fixed.
I did hear you talk about the runoff and all the issues that particular area was having. When it comes to projects overall, do you think that, were there any projects that were not included, for example, when we were awarded funding from FEMA, that we as a government might have to find funding for?
I think there's several projects that we're going to have to find project for. One of the problems is, like I said, a lot of these facilities was assessed 2018. FEMA probably gave us obligated amount 2019. The cost in 2019 for a project is not that cost right now in 2023. So, where FEMA may have said in 2019, this project is going to get $2 million. A project is probably now $3.5 million.
But what do you think was the holdup? Because that seems to be the problem, and it's not even just with your department. It seems to be a major issue across the entire government, where these construction costs are now doubling and escalating because of the time it's taking to even start some of these projects.
Well, there's several issues. COVID was one.
Yes.
After COVID, the cost of materials and supplies really, really went up 2-3 times. And then, to be quite honest, Senator, the process of a project from going to that facility, looking at all the damages, to when FEMA says, okay, this is the amount we're going to give you, it's a long process. There's no other way for me to put it. It's a long process. And unfortunately, our hands are tied. We can't really start working on a project until FEMA says, okay, you now have the green light to now go ahead and do so. So really, that's what happens. We have been fortunate that we have been able to go back to FEMA and say, listen, what you gave us 4 years ago isn't the cost now. We need you to adjust that cost. And that takes time. And unfortunately, we just have to wait till they come back and say, yes, we agree, we're going to give you the additional funds. But sometimes it's a waiting period between the department and the federal government.
Thank you for that poignant answer. My time has been called, so I appreciate the work that you're doing and continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heileger. Commissioner, can you give us a detail on those non-athletic programs that you're offering?
Well, I mentioned the mentoring program.
It's only dance? That's the only program that you're offering that is not
non-athletic?
Sport, athletic?
Dance is really athletic, if you think about it. That is athletic. So other than what programs the department put forward, I need to mention that we do a lot of sponsorships with nonprofits. There's chess clubs.
I think
there's music programs that you don't see or hear the department name, but another organization is running it, but it's being funded from Sports Park and Recreation. And I guess, again, that goes back to what the senator was saying. We need to do a better job and let people know our story and let them know that, hey, Sports Park and Recreation is part of this program. it's not all programs that we could run. Sometimes we don't have the staff. Sometimes we don't have the expertise. But we know a nonprofit that has that expertise, and we don't mind funding that nonprofit for them to run that program.
I believe you did a number of things like gaming and DJing with DJ Pops.
Correct. We sponsor that program.
So those type of programs are still continuing?
Correct.
Very well, very well. And one last thing before we move on to Senator Diane Capehart. Has the department poised itself or positioned itself to actually expand in terms of acquiring new properties in order for you to target undeveloped properties for sale for specific reasons? I think you may have acquired a piece of property recently, correct?
Yeah. To be honest with you, we have more property right now that I would care to say. The issue with acquiring more property is when you have more resources, you now need more staffing for those resources. So yeah, we could go ahead and say we have land over here and we have land over here, but if you don't have no one to man those areas, you have facilities that are just sitting. We have a number of facilities on our inventory that we don't have staff located at those facilities. So, I caution getting new facilities. There is some things that we would love to get within this department. We don't have our own gym. If we had a sports park and recreation gym, there's a lot of activities that we could do within this department where we don't have to necessarily go to education. But facilities like that, we would like to get on our purview. But to just acquire land to say, you have another recreation area, I don't know if that's necessarily prudent right now.
Very well. You did say that in your testimony concerning your weaknesses and trying to get more resources. What specifically are some of those resources that you're speaking of?
Off the top of my head, human resources. Like I said, I think it's an understatement to say that we are short staff. We could always use more employees, and not just on the recreation and program sides. Custodians, maintenance people, to deal with these facilities. We always need extra people. I think currently we have 115 to 120 employees, but once upon a time, this department have well over 200 employees. So you could see we have more facilities that we're dealing with, but less staff. So that's a big issue and a concern for us, staffing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon, Central staff, to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner White, first I want to say thank you for your significant progress of all that you do in your department. And you and I know we have unfinished business to do.
Yes, Senator.
So with that being said, La Valley Recreation Parks Center, which is a jewel hidden all the way in La Valley. So you and I have worked with your team, and if I may, ask for your assistant commissioner to schedule a meeting for us to have regarding the La Valley Park, because the people of La Valley are very close to me, and I would like to see the improvements at that park. So I look forward to for us having a meeting sometime soon. I want to ask you, when we have a natural disaster, you have oversight over a few beaches owned by the government. And I am very interested to know as to the replacement of sand that we lose at our beaches. Are you able to get financial assistance from FEMA for the loss of sand? Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm gathering my thoughts. So the replacement of sand falls under DPNR. And it's not as simple, and I know this because at one point my assistant commissioner, A.C. Hansen, wanted to replenish and add some sand to the Frederiksted Beach. And the process for doing that, it's a little more tedious than just saying we're going to get sand and place it on the beach. There's a certain grain of sand that you have to get. It falls under DPNR. I don't know the specifics of that process, but we have inquired about, getting sand added to some of our beaches.
Why I ask, because I know, being a former employee at DPNR, so there's an issue with infrastructure. So when you are applying for FEMA assistance, I understand that once you can't deem that is part of your infrastructure, it's hard to get that federal funding. So, DPNR would probably come with the assistance of CZM and Fish and Wildlife to do an assessment with your department. But if you haven't been purchasing sand and doing the maintenance and of that beach to prove when a natural disaster happens, to be able to consider that part of your infrastructure, then you have challenges. But I just wanted to know if in the past that you've had challenges, if you even applied for assistance from FEMA to get sand replaced at the beaches.
No, I have not, Senator. I think the norm has been that the beach kind of replenishes itself. I know on St. Croix, there's times where I'm down on the Frederiksted coastline, and you'll see all the rocks showing up on the shoreline because that the sand is eroded, and then you come back several months later, and then those rocks are covered. But I personally has never applied for sand replacement on any of our beaches.
Yeah, that's something that, Commissioner, that you should look into, because if we can get the federal funding to replace the sand, I think that would be a big assistant to making sure that even with global warming and things changing, that you can be able to maintain your beaches and make sure that they have sand, even if there's a time where there's a heavy high tide and you can replace the sand even during that time. Commissioner, I also wanted to ask regarding all the infrastructure improvements at all of these facilities. Have you been doing anything special
2 minutes.
for our seniors at these facilities?
I'll turn that question to my district administrators. I know we have a number of senior programs that we currently run, so I'll let them explain what we are doing for our seniors. Ms. Henry?
Good morning again, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. We currently operate 2 separate senior workout programs at Altoona Lagoon. One is from 8 to 9 a.m. and the other is 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then currently we're hosting on May 19th a cultural senior day. We'll have some seniors come out to DC Cannegator where we pretty much have a day of standing at 10 sleepless nights, cultural foods and drinks, and some additional entertainment for them just to celebrate and socialize amongst each other. Other than that, we don't have any other senior programs right now.
Okay. Commissioner, even for your facilities, as you change out, say, restrooms, the faucets, just accessible access to turning on water where the pipe may be retrofitted just for someone with a disability. And I say that because with a recent infrastructure rebuilt improvements of the Frederiksted restroom facility, I think those infrastructure in those restrooms should have been more updated to accommodate individuals with disability. So as you go forward making improvements, please make those retrofits for individuals who are seniors and our disabled population, that they can also be able to use these facilities freely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And Senator Capehart brought up a good point concerning our coastline. As I visited the Cramers Park beach to look at the cabanas at the time, my team and I noticed, matter of fact, one of your deputies actually brought it to our attention that when he was a young man, that the shoreline or the sand was almost about 20, 30 feet, what is now ocean. And after that visit, we coincidentally went to DPNR Eastern Marine Park, where I met Mr. Fischetti, and we had the discussion concerning shorelines. And his answer was strategically planting vegetation that can be used to help control erosion in coastal zones, to help anchor down the sand and ensure that it's not carried off back into the ocean. So I don't know if the park has any mitigation in trying to maybe starting to plant more vegetation along the shorelines in order to mitigate or curtail some of what Senator Capehart was bringing to our attention. Colleagues, I believe that was the last senator in St. Croix, and we're going to proceed now into a rapid round. I'm going to give 2 minutes for each senator, beginning with Senator Frankie Johnson. You are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have 2 minutes, going to walk up, I'm going to try hard. Because I wanted to have a little more conversation about the choice mentoring program. Commissioner, if an individual, a young male, wants to be a mentor, who do he contact, and how does he sign up to be a part of your mentorship team?
Listen, I don't have the number with me now. Before the end of this hearing, I'll have that information for you. Number, contact information, all of that stuff. Mr. Adrian Glenn is the one who is heading that program. Basically, it's what you would have called a Big Brother program. This is the type of program we had, back in the days, and we're trying to bring that back right now. I love the program. I plan to be one of the mentors for these children. I'm encouraging anyone who want to be a mentor. We are looking for people just to join and partner up with a youth to try to change their life in a positive way. But I before the end of this hearing, Senator, I'll get you that information.
Commissioner, you have to get that PR person to do some work. This information should be readily available because they're young, they're people as myself would gladly take part in that.
Yeah, the number, Senator, is 513 8767. Again, 513-8767, or you could email amglenn, that's AMGLENN, at aligncgvi.com. Let me say that number again. Contact person and the director of the program name is Mr. Adrian Glenn. The number is 513-8767. And the email address is amglenn at aligncgvi.com.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, because we just gave Parks and Rec the opportunity to advertise free of charge, and the commissioner looked like he's now the PR person there, but very sincere and serious that the PR person really needs to get out there and get your message out, get it out. Because when you don't get the message out, somebody else make their own story.
I agree.
That turns out to look bad in that department. As it was said, I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, but your information have to get out there. I think I'll wrap up with this last question. How are the individual young men are selected? Who selects them? Is it a voluntary process, or you try to work with the school to find out young men that are looking troublesome or borderline, and you try to recommend them? You can't make them how is that process done with the individual mentoree?
Yeah, so ultimately, obviously, we want people to volunteer for this program because there is a commitment. As I stated, we're seeking a 1-year commitment from mentor and mentee. So we want people to sign up. However, we know that there are individuals out there who are at risk. I'm sure Mr. Glenn is going to go into the schools, have conversation with the counselors, because the school counselors know the individuals that have issues and problems that need to come into this project. Obviously, we can't force anyone to join, but he will be reaching out to those individuals and pairing them up with a mentor.
Thank you very much. This have to be a team effort in order for it to work. The schools got to get involved, law enforcement got to get involved, even the very courts, because I know time and place where the courts have tell young men who came into simple conflict, you're gonna have to go to Job Corps and do 2 years, or else you're gonna face this amount of time. You're gonna have to take a part in anger management, or else you're gonna be incarcerated. So what you're doing is very good. I encourage you, and probably going to reach out to them and see how I can assist. But it's important that this community take part in this mentorship program. It's important that all aspect of this government, not just your department, but education, law enforcement, the courts, all get involved and put their hand on this, and let's touch these young men and change their lives. We can do it if we come together as a community. So I tip my hat off to you for your efforts, and I will definitely try to see how I could fit myself into your schedule to be a mentor to some of these young men.
And I thank you. I thank you for that, Senator. And you made a great point. We have worked with the court system before. I myself have gone to family court to be a guest speaker on behalf of Judge Watlington. So I think this is a program that we can introduce to her, that instead of probably sentencing somebody to YRC, the sentence is mandated for them to join this program as an alternative.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You are correct. You totally abused that 2 minutes, but the discussion was definitely meaningful, and I appreciate it. Vice President Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Please recognize the microphone of
Commissioner White. You spoke to your senior fitness program in the garden. How many participants do we have in that program?
Which one, Senator?
The senior fitness program.
What, St. Thomas or St. Croix?
St. Thomas and St. Croix.
DA Thomas and Henry, can you answer that question, please?
Morning again. Oh, we had afternoon. Correct. Thomas District Administrator, St. Thomas, St. John. When we first started, we had about 35. When we most recently, for the 2023, we had, the max has been 15.
Both districts?
And I do have a group chat with those who initially signed up. So the information is disseminated amongst them in that group chat, being that some are not more so online or Facebook friendly persons like myself.
So 15 St. Thomas. DA Henry, what's your count in St. Croix?
I think we are roughly around 40 something now.
40 something seniors.
40 plus. Okay, thank you so much for that. And in terms of your summer program, what the capacity for your summer program with the students?
Yeah, so each camp is different depending on the location of the camp, what the camp is. Last year, dance camp, I think the number was supposed to be 50 participants. I think when we closed that camp, we had well over 70-something individuals.
30 seconds.
So majority of the time, Senator, the number that we have set for ourselves is usually exceeded.
Okay, so you show that the need. We need to
there is a need, especially for dance. Dance is one of our most popular camps.
And before my time is up, what's the status of the lifeguards, which I know you have jurisdiction over for your department? Lifeguards. So how many lifeguards do you have?
On St. Thomas, currently, actively we have one lifeguard. But I think on St. Croix we have about 8. Miss Henry, is that correct? The number
Yes,
might
correct.
be
We
high.
have 8 on St. Croix.
8 on St. Croix, 1 on St. Thomas.
So what are we doing in that respect, and what the number you need here in St. Thomas St. John district?
I have I think a total of 5 positions on St. Thomas. Like I said, currently I have 1 active. Lifeguard is something I've been looking for years and years, individuals. And, it pays $40,000, which is a good starting salary. But again, it's not as easy a job as people believe it to be. When we look at lifeguards, we just see them sitting in a chair. But, when you are called into action, that's when bacchanal start.
I believe that is one of the reasons I believe that we should try and see how we can start a swimming program through your department where we can transition many of those individuals, because one of the hardest things for many individuals to be a lifeguard is not to swim, and that's a problem. So we can probably see what we can do moving forward.
So Senator, we do have an active swimming program on
Really?
both districts. We have swim lessons on St. Croix, and we had swim lessons on St. Thomas. As a matter of fact, the one lifeguard that we have on St. Thomas right now graduated from our swim camp in St. Croix. So we do have that. We saw that there's a need for it, so we do put out those classes.
So you had in St. Thomas, or you have one now?
We have one in St. Thomas, and he's a former swim camper in our St. Croix district.
Okay, good to know. Please, let's see if we can get folks on board, because lifeguard is precious and a very important role. And to have one, that's scary.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden. And Commissioner, how long have those positions in St. Thomas been vacant?
One of them has been vacant for, I want to say, 4 months. Another 2 just recently became vacant.
Is there a reason as to...
So I had a total of 4 within the past year. One person resigned, I think, like five months ago, and then another 2 individuals for some other issues for the last couple of months have not been lifeguards with this department.
Okay, noted. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Commissioner, recreation leaders, how many do you have currently in each district?
Diaz, I'll turn that one over to you.
And then while you do that, do you have a list of nonprofit organizations that the department is currently partnering with?
Yes, we do have a list of nonprofit organizations that we partner in. Keep in mind, we also have the miscellaneous nonprofit organizations that come through our department for funding. There's some nonprofits that just reach out to us on a whim and ask for sponsorship. Just this last month, we actually sponsored both Miss CAHS and Miss Eudorican. We saw it as an opportunity for us to help some youth. It is considered recreation and leisure activity, so we sponsor that. So like I said, there's a lot of times we sponsor events and we don't necessarily get credit for it, but we need to start telling that story a little more.
Yes, and I would like to see on your webpage a section for programs where parents and guardians can look up and see all the programs that you're offering, where it's being offered, the time that it's being offered, because that would be great so people know that, what you have apart from promoting and marketing to radio stations. And while they look for the numbers of recreation leaders,
30 seconds.
Vacancies in those areas that you're looking to hire more? Because we want to see you going more into communities and community centers and reach out those young people where they are with programs and activities.
Yeah, there's a list of vacant positions that are listed right now. I don't have that list with me. As far as going into the communities, I know on our island of St. Croix, one of my youth community coordinators, Mr. Kevin Shepard, he has consistently been going into neighborhoods and doing his what he called his hood basketball hoops. So we have been going into the neighborhoods to do recreational activities.
Apologies.
There is a category from the age of 15 to 18 what specific programs are geared to them, and if you have the number of recreation leaders and vacancies in the area, you could share through the chair if you could provide that information to us. But what programs for people ages from 15 to 18 is the department bringing forth?
TAs programs between 15 and 18. I off the top of my head, I know the RBI program covers that age range, but I'll let them speak on that.
Hi, good morning.
You go ahead.
Sorry, morning. Jamila Henry St. Croix, District Administrator. So just for the record, I forgot to mention our other senior program that we currently partnered with, the Louis E. Brown housing community, that we have staff that go there once a week to socialize with the seniors and do light workout programs with them. And I completely forgot to mention that. Also, right now for 15 to 18-year-olds, we have the elite basketball program and we have the reviving baseball and softball program. We do have our tennis program, but we didn't have anybody that age group. I think the oldest is 14.
And St. Thomas, the reviving baseball softball program. Outside of that, we have actually assisted with the Audie Henneman basketball league that he did, which more so curtailed that basketball avenue to that number. As far as rec leaders in current positions on the St. Thomas St. John end, we have a total of 5 with 3, I think 2 recent resignations and 1 rec leader position that has been open for a while now. That person transferred in another position in the department.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas mentioned the Audie Henneman basketball. 9 times out of 10, Senator, if it's an activity dealing with sports, this department is involved with it some way, shape, form, or fashion. I think for the Audie Henneman tournament, which was, a really, really nice outdoor tournament, we sponsored the uniforms. We have the Roy Peterson tournament that's coming up. That's an annual basketball event that is run for a former employee of this department that was subsequently killed in his house. We'll be sponsoring that event also. You have football clinics that are happening. We've provided footballs. A lot of the times, like I said, it's not necessarily DSPR that's performing or giving that activity, but behind closed doors, we're involved.
And one more thing, we actually placed a baseball team in the Senior Little League baseball program on the island of St. Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just want to let parents and guardians know there are things happening. Please get your children and your young people involved. Thank you.
And Senator, if I may, I don't know how I didn't mention this, but last week, the Department of Education sponsored and took 4 of our public high schools to Orlando to play in a tournament. St. Thomas and Udorican from CHS and Udorican from St. Thomas, Central and Complex from St. Croix attended that. The Antilles School also attended, and an elite basketball team went to that tournament to play against stateside teams. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation sponsored 100 children, and we paid for them to go to an NBA basketball game while they was there on that trip. So again, there's a lot of times we do stuff and we don't really look for credit for it, and we don't get the credit. But if there's something sports related happening in the territory, like I said, we usually involve in it.
Point of inquiry, Vice President Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to expound on what Mr. Thomas stated, and also you, Commissioner, with in particular the Early Henneman inter-neighborhood basketball. You call it a tournament. I thought it was a league. Because I would like to say
it was a league.
It was a league because I would like to say I go year round, because I remember playing in that league growing up, and I mean it was such a good league in respect to the commemoration with the young people and also with you guys bossing them back and forth. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. I attended most of those games, and I believe we need to expand that year round because I think it makes a big difference in terms of bringing them young men together from a younger age, whereas we don't have all the beef because that's the way it worked out for us also back in the day. And I mean, I would like to see how we can work together to make that really come true, make it a year-round inter-neighborhood basketball league because I was a fan of that kind of activity. I just wanted to put it on the record. Very good job.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden. And Commissioner, going back to the lifeguards, concerning the lifeguards, perhaps Sports Parks and Recreation can target, per se, the Olympic Committee, the Dolphin Swimming Program, or any other swimming program that exists in the Virgin Islands. Whereas for those swimming programs, perhaps you can offer a scholarship to some of those students to go through the swimming program and in turn provide them with the opportunity to have a job as a lifeguard in the department.
Yeah,
as a suggestion.
Great suggestion. I don't know the age group of the individuals that are in the Dolphin program. I want to guess that they're under 18. If they are, they don't qualify to work with the government or with us as a lifeguard. But I do want to encourage any individual, whether it's the Dolphins or the local team here in St. Thomas or the U.S. swimming team, the local Olympic swimming team, that we do have swimming lifeguards positions open. Again, starting salary of $40,000. We are looking for people. But again, the two individuals, like I said, I'm hoping that they know that I was dead serious when I told them when they graduate from high school, if they are interested, I will hire them.
Yes, thank you. And we know that that career path is not one of the most sought after career paths. However, targeting some of these organizations, whereas there's already an interest and a passion to swim, we might be able to facilitate that shortfall that you're experiencing. Next, we have President Francis Jr. You're now recognized for your 2 minutes. Oh, he's not there. I apologize. Senator Francis Halaga is in here. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair. Commissioner White, while talking on the subject as to the Vincent Mason Pool project, do you have a timeline as to when that is going to be completed?
Repeat your question, Senator.
What is the timeline for the St. Croix Vincent Mason Pool project?
Yeah, I honestly don't have a timeline. And I as I explained earlier, that project cost has now doubled. It went from a $2.5 million project to now a $5 million project. One of the issues that we had is that the current contractor that started had a $2.5 million bonding. When it went up to $5 million, they had some issue getting a bonding for $5 million. We've been working through that. But in addition to that, that project cannot restart until FEMA says, yes, we agree that this cost is legitimate, it's justified, we are going to give you the extra money, and you're now given the green light to move forward and do so. If we start that project without FEMA say, yes, you can go forward, we risk losing all of the funding for it.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Commissioner White, the administrator for your
30
department,
seconds.
mentioned Louis Brown Villas. What kind of assistance do you offer to the seniors there? And why I ask, because earlier this week, I happened to be invited to a meeting there and discovered a whole lot of issues that the seniors have. And I know that doesn't really pertain to your department, but there's a need. There's a need for there's a need for services. There's individuals who don't even have food stamp assistance. There's a lot of need in that facility. So if you are doing an outreach once a week, if you can please help those individuals to be able to have those services. Like if you do call human services, your administrator or somebody to make sure the needs of that facility for those individuals living there have some kind of improvement as it pertains to the quality of their life as they are aging.
Yeah, Ms. Henry, you want to expound on what that partnership looks like?
Morning, Jamila Henry, St. Croix District Administrator. We just do, like I mentioned previously, a light workout session for about an hour with them. There were other times where we have like a little, some card games, things like that. Nothing past those types of social activities.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. To my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers again. I want to talk a little bit about staffing at the Housing, Parks, and Recreation. Do you think you have enough or no?
No, we don't.
Okay.
We this staff is awesome. The men and the women that work here, they make it happen. But quite frankly, we don't have the staffing that we need.
Because I heard you speaking about getting the new trucks and all of this, and I'm like, okay, hopefully this is helping them to improve, to do a better job. But then I also know manpower is something, and a lot of times when people hear sports and recreation, they don't recognize the importance for me for this specific department, because people's mental wellness, understanding how to engage, interact with other children, all of these are very formative years, especially for these young people that participate, and even older adults, that it's a very, very important agency. And I'm worried sometimes when people just think, it's just a recreational fun thing. They're not recognizing the overall wellness that this agency brings to people's lives here in the territory. What do you think would be more ideal? Like, based on the percentage of staff that you have now, do you see like you need an additional 10%, like percentage-wise?
I would even go higher than that, say 20%. I think this department got recognized, and people saw the importance of this department during COVID.
During COVID, yes.
30 seconds.
I don't want to say COVID was a blessing. I'll never say that. But it highlighted how important this department was for this community. There was once upon a time where we had individuals using their personal cars to go to work sites. So, when you see these new vehicles and whatnot, some people say, new vehicles for the department. What they don't understand is these vehicles is how these employees traverse around the island. So I'm very, very happy that we got the new installment for vehicles. So now we can disperse them accordingly. But again, we always need more, especially if you look at the amount of facilities and grounds that we oversee on St. Croix. It's amazing that they're able to keep up some time with cutting the grass. When we get calls and say, oh, the bush is growing at a particular facility, what they don't realize is, there's 19 other facilities to cut before we get back to that facility. Grass grows the minute you cut it and you leave that day, it starts to grow. So, I applaud the staff for what they do. They don't complain. We know we need more, and it's my job to give my staff what they need to get the job done.
Definitely. Could I just finish up one thing? You talked a little bit earlier about potentially wanting enforcement officers. What do you think that's something feasible, that it is something, how would you see that working? Because I'm trying to understand the need for it.
Yeah.
And if I do understand the need, I could maybe tap into your vision.
So I will champion for this.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. on any given day, this department gets a lot of flack for vagrancies being in our facilities.
Okay.
You know, I've heard people calling the radio station, and Commissioner White is allowing, you know, homeless people to camp out under the bandstand in Emancipation Garden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Senator, if you look at it, that's not really the job of this department. We are not an enforcement department.
Mm-hmm.
What I tell my staff all the time is don't get into a confrontation with somebody that's belligerent at a facility.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up the phone and dial 911. But we encounter...
But that might not even be a priority for them.
Correct.
Okay.
But we encounter, you know, whether is a disorderly person, you know, homeless people at our facilities. We get a lot of issues with vandalism at our facilities, people breaking in and destroying stuff. We're called to the beaches a lot. I heard on the radio somebody said the other day that, you know, Cookie Point is the designated beach for smoking. Why I don't do something about it. And, you know, again, my response is I'm not an enforcement agency.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had enforcement officers, not just at our facilities, but now, like I said, when we have programs that are going on, we now have people that can secure our children at these events.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's something that is needed. I think we could really use them, and it don't have to be a lot. I think if we had 3 enforcement officers on St. Croix and another 2 on St. Thomas and probably 1 in St. John, we would be covered as far as dealing with our own enforcements at these things.
And for your
I don't have the ability to give a fine. You see people doing things at the beach. There's dogs on the beach. You know, when you go and you ask somebody to remove a dog and they get loud and stuff with you, you know, what do? You call the authority. So
and all they're hearing is dog. We're not wasting time because they might have a burglary or something else.
Correct. But I think it's something really to look at as far as a new arm for this department. We just created the new territorial park department.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a kind of a partnership between us and DPNR. But trust me, we will have work for enforcement officers if we was given them in this department.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilegger. And Commissioner, as the previous senator was speaking about your challenges with cleaning and waste management at your parks and beaches, perhaps the department could partner with the judicial branch concerning targeting free labor cases, meaning those who were sentenced to some sort of community service, and be able to partner with sports parks in order to clean some of those beaches and facilities.
So that's an ongoing program, by the way.
It is.
We have a number of probationary people that come to our department to get community hours, whether it's 100, 200. We've even been sent people from the federal courts. We've gotten people as much as 300 to 400 hours that needed.
How is that working out?
Sometimes we get individuals that really want to come in and get their hours done. We use them at the facility. Sometimes it's to help cleaning up. If they have a specific skill, they can help with programs. Usually they're joined with the ground crew. They go out with the ground crew, help cut grass and stuff like that. So we do have a number of individuals that come to the department. They get their hours in, and we send it back to the court. But then you also have those individuals that need 200 hours. They have 6 months to get them. And then we see them a week before the court date and they need me to do something for them. You know, we've had a number of individuals that I have had to tell, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. But, you know, it's a good program. It helps us out a little bit as far as getting extra help at the facilities.
Mm-hmm. And chances sometimes come far and few in between.
Yeah.
So I hope those individuals take the chance that they have to rehabilitate their lives. Have any of them showed any interest and have become actual employees of the department for whatever reason?
Not through that program, but we did have the labor program that we got some assistance from the Department of Labor that they sent us some individuals and they paid them to do the work. And then once they stopped from labor program, they did such a good job, we hired them.
Excellent.
And we have a number of individuals through the labor program that are now full-time employees with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation.
Okay, thank you for that. And Commissioner, let's literally shift some gears now. And has there been a MOU completed for the Caribbean drag racing junior drag racers?
No, there has not been. However, Senator, that program is moving. We now currently have 4 junior dragsters on the island of St. Croix. 2 of those dragsters were sponsored by the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and another 2 were sponsored by Bates Trucking. We plan to resume that program immediately after St. Thomas Carnival. Mr. Lenroy Cameron and his family will be coming back down to the territory to start the first training session for that. We have a number of lawyers and private businesses that also want to donate cars to that program. So although we don't have a established MOU, we are still moving forward with that program.
Very well. I think that's a wonderful program, and I'm looking forward to see what it yields in the near future. And concerning the racetrack, what's the status of the track in collaboration with the association?
We've had a number of successful race days. Those guys are doing an awesome job. I spoke to the president, told him they just need to tighten up on the schedule a little more. I feel there's a lot of downtime on the track in between races. But you know, I'm glad to see that car racing is back on St. Croix. The 2 events that I attended had a lot of people there, and we're talking about, you know, car racing, trucks, bikes. So that is up and running. I don't know when. We was trying to get a Caribbean tournament where we was bringing down cars, I think, from Antigua. That didn't work out. But those guys are consistently planning on their next race day. I'm working with those guys. I was just recently placed on the board, so I'm aware and abreast of what's going on. But you know, car racing is back on St. Croix.
Excellent, excellent. And a quick question concerning the lagoon area of St. Croix. It seems as if the bridge needs some sort of retrofitting or some work on it, some maintenance.
That's a DPW. I don't want to say issue. I know they are aware of it and they are addressing it, but that falls under their purview.
But you're aware of it as well?
I am aware of it.
Okay.
I'm aware of it.
Very well. I also noticed in that same area that there's an outdoor gym.
Yeah.
In the park. Are we going to see any of those in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
Short answer is yes. I'm not supposed. I know Mr. Schuster is coming up here next. Yeah. Maybe he'll talk about it, but I'll give him that opportunity to talk about it. But there is some talks about us partnering with AARP again to put one of those structures and a playground in the St. Thomas area. So it's in the early stages, but it seems promising.
Very well. And Commissioner, that wraps up your block. I want to thank you for providing an overview, an update regarding the progress and challenges of your department. And I want to commend you and your team for all of the work that you've done and continue to do for the people of the Virgin Islands. And even you have a little cold or sniffles and you're still here.
Yeah,
so I truly appreciate you.
I feel good. I'm getting over, a couple of us when we went to that same tournament in Orlando, came back with something. I tested for COVID 3 times, was negative. So it was something other than COVID. And I know a couple of the other staff was sick also. So, I enjoy what I do. Calling will stop me. But I highlight the recreation and ground staff a lot, and they continue to do a great job. I think forgetting and what a lot of people don't see is the staff behind the scenes, the ladies that are working in the office, processing payments. They are a big part of this department as far as our continuity. And I want to thank them also. But all of our employees, all 120 of them, I really, really appreciate the work that they are doing and have done for this department. This department, and I could say it, wasn't always a department that people, when they talked about it, had good things to say. And I'm very proud of the staff and what they are doing. And I say they because they are the soldiers that are out there on the ground actually doing the work. A lot of the time people say, you know, Commissioner, you're doing a good job and whatnot. But it's not me alone. It's all of us, and it takes a team to make this here happen. So I really applaud them, and I appreciate the work that they're doing for this department.
Thank you for that, and it speaks volumes as to yourself and your team and what you do on a daily basis. I have something before me here I got from the Vice President, and apparently there's a Virgin Islands versus St. Kitts and Nevis race. Saturday, April 22nd.
What kind of race?
23rd. Car race.
Car race?
Yeah. St. Croix. Were you aware of that?
I might have seen a flyer. Sorry, I say flower. Flyer. I usually get those flyers. They send out a lot of emails and texts. So that might have missed me. I do want to put on the record, though, that we do have a Virgin Island that traveled to Antigua, which is the same Mr. Lenroy Cameron that's running the drag program. He took his car to Antigua under the representation of the U.S. Virgin Islands representing us down there. So let's support him and hope that he could go down there and win some races.
All right, excellent. Commissioner, I would like to give you even though you sort of already did it, but a quick 30-second wrap-up.
Yeah, just look out to more great things from this department. You know, I have a staff, you know, some of them is on the Zoom. A lot of them you don't even see, that enjoy what they do. They're going to bring out new programs, try to keep our children active, engaged. You know, our facilities currently, and this wasn't planned, unfortunately, a lot of our facilities are currently having work done on them at the same time. And we have to make that adjustment. We would have liked for it to be, you know, separated, but it just worked out that way. Please bear with us when you come into the facilities. We still going to make it happen. We're not going to use it as an excuse. And, you know, this staff is still going to roll out meaningful programs to the community.
Thank you, Commissioners. Vice President Blyden with a quick alibi before we recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo his sentiments in respect to the staff, especially what they do in terms of prepping the field for many of the different activity that happens after hours. Those guys are there weekends, you know, and they don't complain. They're doing the thing, and you can see that they love what they do, and they're really not doing it for the money, but they're doing it for the love and for the children. And so I want to basically give them kudos, because I attend many of those games. After hours, I just come and look at the games. That's just what I do, and I appreciate what they do, because it really makes a difference in our children's lives. So kudos to the staff and the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I may, I'm just looking at my senior staff chat. We did mention that we do have a junior lifeguard program that is currently going on. We get a lot of calls and interests about our lifeguard positions from individuals that live on the mainland, which we will take them if they want to come. What happens a lot of the time, if they want us to pay for them to come to the territory for those positions. But you know, we don't discriminate or turn away anyone. We have an individual that applied for one of the positions in St. Croix. I don't think he was living on St. Croix at the time. He got the position, and I could tell you this individual has turned out to be a really good employee on the island of St. Croix. So we're not just looking locally for people to fill our positions. We're looking worldwide, but we'll continue looking to fill these positions to staff our.
Very well, thank you. We will now recess. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks stands in recess. The commit. Check. To clarify, the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is in recess for lunch for approximately 30 minutes. The Committee on Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is now out of recess. Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, I apologize. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
An overview and updates of AARP Virgin Islands, as well as challenges and progress concerning programs under AARP, such as, but not limited to, health and wellness, family caregiving, seniors work and jobs, community engagement, and an overall update of the AARP Foundation. Invited testifiers, Troy Schuster, State Director, AARP Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And earlier we had the Commissioner of Sports Parks, whereas we went into dialogue concerning much of the youth programs of the Virgin Islands. And now we are going down that linear conversation towards the aging. As we know, life is a one-way street. You grow up, you become an adult, and from there, the rest is history. And as a government, we are tasked with making sure or assuring that we provide the necessary programs and facilities for our people, from our children straight up until our elderly. And I must say I'm very thankful to Mr. Troy Schuster and his team for being here with us today to further dialogue on what they have been doing concerning the aging population of the Virgin Islands. Before we bring Mr. Schuster online, as he is participating virtually, I would like to ask the testifiers to please consistently identify themselves by title and name before making statements or replying to questions in order for our in-house stenographers to accurately account our hearing today. I would also like to ask them to please consider turning off their mics and cameras until they're asked to come or make a response. That way we can contribute to lessening our bandwidth limitations here at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I would like to ask Mr. Schuster to please recognize himself.
Bolkes and other members of this committee, I'm Troy A. Deshabert Schuster, State Director of AARP in the Virgin Islands. Thanks so much for inviting me to participate in this hearing. I look forward to the conversation.
Excellent, Mr. Schuster. I'm hearing your voice, however, I am not yet seeing your image.
My camera is on. I'm not sure if it's a problem on your end. I'm seeing myself on the Zoom meeting here.
Perhaps let's give media a minute or two to assure that we can get your image.
Okay.
Okay. What I will do is I will recess really quickly to give the media division an opportunity to work out the logistics. No,
okay.
No, okay, I apologize. Okay, good. I see you now.
That's perfect.
Okay, excellent. My media division is top of the line. All right.
Excellent. Quick work.
That's right. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing very well. Very well. Thanks
Excellent.
again for having me participate in today's hearing. And we have so much to share and so much to discuss. So I look forward to the opportunity to testify.
And Mr. Schuster, do you have anyone else with you on the line?
No, I'm here alone today, but they're watching in the background, making sure that I have all the support I need. But it's just me alone here today.
Very well, sir. And thank you for your efforts in enhancing the quality of life for our elderly population and all that you do with the AARP. Mr. Schuster, please go ahead and provide us with your testimony.
Great, thank you. Chairman Bolkes Jr. and members of the Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today to discuss aging in the Virgin Islands and how AARP is addressing the challenges of aging in this territory. I'm Troy Deshabere-Schuster, State Director of AARP in the Virgin Islands. My testimony will focus on AARP's advocacy and educational initiatives to help older Virgin Islanders and people with disabilities to establish sound, lifelong practices for aging with dignity and purpose. Today, seniors represent the fastest growing segment of this population, with 1/5 of the Virgin Islands population aged 50 and older. We are an aging territory. According to the recent United States Census Bureau, by 2030, the number of seniors is expected to exceed the number of children across the United States. The same is true for the Virgin Islands. While the Aging Committee has legislative authority on various issues that impact older Virgin Islanders, the work to prioritize policies that sustain essential programs for our seniors represents a territorial imperative. AARP has consistently upended the common stereotypes about aging. We have worked with legislators and administrations to implement policy changes designed to positively impact the lives of the aging population and continue to undertake significant initiatives in healthcare, financial security, and social participation. For example, AARP advocated for the passage of a bill establishing the Commission on Aging within the Office of the Governor to help plan, promote, and execute programs to meet the present and future needs of aging citizens of the territory. This is a bill which was supported by members of this committee. In 2019, AARP commissioned the first working group of community stakeholders to reform the probate code and guardianship system of the Virgin Islands. It was a multi-year project dedicated to developing legislation protecting the assets of Virgin Islanders and their heirs once a person dies. These reforms included the Uniform Non-Probate Transfer Act, the Uniform Transfer on Death Act, the Uniform Disclaimer of Property Interest Act, the Uniform Custodial Trust Act, the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, and the Uniform Real Property Transfer on Death Act. And we use the word uniform over and over here because all of these acts came out of the Uniform Law Commission of the United States and are now enacted here in the Virgin Islands. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, AARP was among a coalition of stakeholders that lobbied for legislation and policies to enhance the COVID-19 response and recovery efforts to assist Virgin Islands seniors and their caregivers. These successes included a bill to establish the Nurse Licensure Compact for the Virgin Islands that would create a multi-state nursing license allowance for nurses seeking employment in the territory to address the staffing shortages. Next, a policy change to the frequency of COVID-19 testing for nursing home staff as an essential measure to protect residents and staff. Next, allowances made to include family caregivers in the Phase 1 priority group to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, and a bill modernizing online documents permitting electronic wills and remote notaries as legal documents, providing access to essential services during social distance restrictions. And the acts regarding electronic wills and electronic notaries are also out of the Uniform Law Commission of the United States. AARP was among a coalition of groups that helped to pass legislation to establish a new and landmark territory-wide behavioral health services plan to assist Virgin Islanders and their families battling with mental illness. AARP led efforts to enact a Complete Streets policy, which establishes a task force within the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to help to design and construct roadways that enable young and older residents of all physical mobilities to travel safely to where they need to go, AARP was instrumental in passing legislation to amend the Elder and Dependent Adults Abuse Prevention Act, which helps prevent older Virgin Islanders or dependent adults from financial exploitation. And as of recent, AARP advocated for funding to support the 2021 agricultural plan in response to the growing concern for food security. Along with pushing for sustainability for essential programs and services for older adults, AARP plans to focus on improving retirement security through a voluntary retirement plan for non-government employees, improving access to long-term care services, and instituting safeguards to protect against fraud and exploitation. With regard to financial security through retirement savings, while Social Security remains the bedrock of retirement income for most American workers and their families, individuals need additional retirement income sources. A voluntary retirement plan would create several essential enhancements to the current system. A recent AARP polling within the Virgin Islands of registered voters who are not government employees between the ages of 25 and 64 indicates that the vast majority of these individuals are not financially prepared for retirement, with 2/3 reporting strong support and agreeing that lawmakers should support legislation that makes it easier for non-government workers to save for retirement. For this reason, AARP in the Virgin Islands is urging this body to support legislation that would create a public-private managed retirement savings option for businesses that helps workers to grow their retirement savings. The most common model is an automatic IRA plan with voluntary IRAs and multiple employees plans as viable options. To date, 7 states have various programs up and running: Oregon, California, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, Connecticut, and Washington, and have seen remarkable success with over $574 million in assets under management. Other states that have enacted this type of legislation are Colorado with an automatic IRA, Maine, automatic IRA, New Jersey, automatic IRA, New York, again, automatic IRA, Virginia, the same, New Mexico with a hybrid voluntary IRA and a marketplace, Hawaii with automatic IRA, and so is Delaware, and then the state of Vermont with some form of IRA. 16 states have passed retirement savings legislation, and many more are actively engaging. With regard to access to affordable, quality, long-term care, AARP-VI prioritizes increasing healthcare options and access to care for individuals. In particular, the focus will be on making long-term care affordable and accessible through home-based services. This will include supporting telehealth, tax incentives for home-based care service providers, support for increased funding to the Medicaid program, and recruitment incentives for bedside care providers. AARP-VI, with the help of this body, should explore avenues to make healthcare more efficient and accessible to all Virgin Islanders. With regard to protections and safeguards from fraud and abuse, AARP in the Virgin Islands has a long-standing history of protecting seniors from fraud and abuse. Each year, an estimated 390,000 incidents of abuse targeting older adults are reported to authorities in the United States, accounting for $4.8 billion in losses to an array of frauds and scams, from family members to romantic scams. AARP in the Virgin Islands will call attention to this growing crisis by lobbying legislators for changes to the USVI Elder Dependent Adults Abuse and Prevention Act of 2008. This will include support for changes to the Adult Protective Services statutes related to their authority to substantiate claims of mistreatment of an at-risk adult, support for an adult abuse registry system, and mandatory criminal background reports for all healthcare providers, including home health aides. AARP understands the importance of valuable and trustworthy information. That is why AARP provides free, unbiased information and tools to help people shape better lives for themselves and their families through interactive workshops, online learning, and in-person events. These resources include, first, a financial planning series that features comprehensive information on creating a financial plan, developing savings, and investing for retirement. Next, an estate planning expo in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, designed to help people understand the importance of estate planning to build generational wealth. Next, tools to help family caregivers navigate the caregiving journey with personalized sessions conducted by a clinical psychologist. Next, a series of workshops on prevention and awareness of elder abuse in collaboration with the United States Department of Justice, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, and the Women's Coalition of St. Croix and DVSAC. Next, an entrepreneurial workshop series that allows participants to gain valuable information on starting a small business. And a weekly talk show series titled Conversations with AARP, which is on WTJX Channel 12, which highlights local priorities related to advocacy, work, and community outreach projects and events. These talk shows are also on WTJX Radio and on AARP Virgin Islands Facebook and WTJX Facebook, as well as our respective YouTube channels between WTJX and AARP in the Virgin Islands. AARP also offers interactive and virtual workshops on health and wellness, including yoga and low-impact cardio exercise classes. In addition, we provide the following: in-person exercise classes at the newly constructed AARP Fitness Park in the lagoon in St. Croix, mentioned in a previous block, equipped with exercise equipment that is adaptable to all fitness levels, and a series of online home fit courses that cover essential topics for first-time homeowners, from installing railings to widening doorways. This program provides tools to set your home for lifelong living. Before I conclude this testimony, I would like to also emphasize that AARP is a nonprofit organization. We're the nation's largest nonprofit organization, the nation's largest membership organization, the largest and most influential lobbying agency in the United States, lobbying from Capitol Hill to every state and municipality across the country. We do not receive government funds, neither federal nor local, for any of our activities. This all funded from within the organization. Everything that we do for the community is always free of charge. None of this is at a cost to the community. And the gift of that fitness park in the lagoon and so forth was 100% a gift of AARP. Again, I would like to emphasize that AARP is not an insurance company. So many people call us with insurance questions. We're not an insurance company. There are AARP branded insurance products provided by United Healthcare, New York Life, Guardian, Nemwell, etc. But we do not sell insurance policies, and we cannot answer any questions regarding insurance. We can only point you toward those companies that can answer your questions. We are at our heart a social mission organization, and the pinnacle of our work is lobbying, advocacy. This testimony is not exhaustive of the work of AARP in the Virgin Islands. We do a lot more than what I highlighted here, only providing some of the highlights. In closing, efforts to empower older adults prove beneficial concerning several outcomes, including ensuring prosperity and security for older Virgin Islanders, which is paramount. AARP in the Virgin Islands remains committed to working with this committee and all members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands to build a more secure future, of solutions to fight for and equip all Virgin Islanders to live their best life. And Senators, thank you again for inviting me to testify today on the issue of aging in the Virgin Islands, and I am ready to answer any questions and engage in a discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schuster. And I see that my discussion with the Commissioner was a key indicator that you were tuning in to the hearing, which is good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. Director Schuster, let's start with those fitness parks. I was very curious about that. I was down in the Lagoon area a matter of months ago, and I stopped by there, and I noticed that, you know, there's workout, basically an outdoor workout facility right there on the beach. Matter of fact, I started doing a couple sit-ups myself. And, you know, it was very good. You know, I really got a good little workout, then I just hit the water afterwards. You know, so how can we try to get more of those, or that concept, literally still more on the island if possible, and of course in this district? Is that something that you're working on?
Yeah, okay, well, there are two things. I want to address the fitness park as well as playground together, to talk about what we hope to do in the future. So that fitness park was part of AARP's 60th anniversary. We celebrated 60 years of being in existence in the United States, and AARP installed only one of those fitness parks in every state in the nation and the territories that we serve, which are Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. I did try to plead for another one for St. Thomas because of the separation by water, but, you know, they said, well, there are a lot of big states like California, which only got one. So I couldn't quite make the case for another one at that moment. But there is so much interest for one in St. Thomas that we are now in the process of looking for a community partner, and we can partner with them to raise the funds, you know, to get one of these done. If I remember correctly, the costs of the construction, the equipment and everything, the installation, and a grant that we gave to offer fitness classes there for a 3-year period was about $350,000. That was AARP's investment in that $350,000. I mean, without the grant for the fitness classes, I would imagine that it would come in more like around $150,000 to $200,000 for the equipment. And the equipment is manufactured by an organization called FitLot. FitLot, they do these kinds of installations all over the United States, and AARP contracted with them to construct it and also to put the AARP logo on it in several places. So, you know, I've been speaking with some organizations in St. Thomas about it. I don't want to name them. I don't want to call them out publicly. But again, there is great interest, and hopefully we can unite forces and raise funds. With regard to a playground, I was quite interested in doing the Mitra Cummins playground on St. Croix and Frederickstead, but another organization beat me to it. So I'd already started conversations with Play by Design. That's the organization that put it all together. I mean, as far as the components. Play by Design is a great organization, and AARP partners with them all across the country as well. And so Play by Design is, of course, willing to do another installation in St. Thomas. And I recently found a community partner. I don't know if I'm at liberty to make that name public yet, but this community partner is just, you know, full steam ahead. And we already reached out to Commissioner White about it. We hope to meet with him probably the week after next. I know the whole territory is thinking about Carnival next week, but to meet with him the week after next to find a place on St. Thomas for this kind of an installation, and then to launch headlong into raising the funds for that. And AARP, I know that we can give a certain amount of grants toward that. So we are looking toward these two things on St. Thomas, definitely. A fitness park and also a really nice playground for the children. Because while we do focus on the 50-plus population, we see that a playground is a place where grandparents, right, and parents can gather with their children. So it also benefits the older population.
Thank you for that answer. And how many employees do you have currently?
A very small staff. It's me and 3 others. I have 3 employees.
I'm amazed at what I'm seeing here in this testimony being done by yourself and the 3 individuals that are with you. So kudos to you on that. And just for the record, because I know that you don't necessarily have to be a veteran or an older person in order to be a member of AARP. So for the listening and viewing audience, could you tell them a little bit about that before we proceed to the first speaker?
Yeah, so I'll talk about membership, but first I want to also mention that we do have a lot of volunteers. We have over 100 volunteers, closer to 200 volunteers in the Virgin Islands who help us a lot. You know, they really increase our capacity. And we have many wonderful community partners, other nonprofits. And I must say that we work very well with several departments within the government, especially the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, Sports, Parks and Recreation, Public Works. You know, the list goes on and on. They work so very well with us and we with them. As I sit in meetings, I say to them, sometimes I feel like a government employee, even though I've never been a government employee, but I feel like part of the family, you know, and that's what we want to emphasize here in the Virgin Islands, that AARP, we want to work with other community organizations, we want to work with the administration, we want to work with the legislature. You know, we're totally against the stone throwing and the blame game, right? We all need to work together for the good of the community. And again, I thank our volunteers. As far as membership is concerned, one can become a member of AARP at the age of 18, at an early age of 18, and experience many of the discounts, several of the benefits. Of course, the benefits increase significantly when you reach the age of 50, and the benefits increase even more once you reach the age of 65. But yeah, anybody could join at the age of 18, and we love younger people too, and we'd love to have younger people become members and volunteer, you know, because if we live long enough, we're all going to become an older person one of these days. So the more people we have working together, the better.
Thank you for that clarity. And young people, you heard it here first. 18 years of age in order to join AARP and reap from the benefits that organization offers to the people of the Virgin Islands. We're going to begin with Senator Frankie Johnson. You are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifier. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Deshabert, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, Senator. Thank you. Good to speak with you.
I already told you we have a spot in Frederickstead for one of those exercise machines that's set up right there on the beach there in Frederickstead. Got a perfect location, so you ain't got to go looking place, you know. You got place for one. Doesn't have to be as big, but they got a spot.
Yes, absolutely.
I want to first start off by asking you to, I gave Commissioner Carver-White an opportunity to get a free advertisement here, and I'm going to give you the same opportunity. Folks are asking for numbers, location and time of the office opening and stuff like that. So you have some free publicity here now to give out the number for the office, give out where the office is located, and some of the hours, because folks look like they're trying to bang down your gate now when they find out the benefits.
Very good. Yeah. So when it comes to office hours, that's challenging right now. The main office, as we call it, the state office, is on St. Croix, and we are in the process of relocating. So the office where we were in the Sunny Isle Annex in the same building with Joe's Restaurant, that's closed. It's now a different office. I'm not sure which business is there now, but anyhow, we're not there anymore. And so we have a temporary office space in Sunny Isle, which is temporary office, temporary storeroom. We have all the office furniture piled up in the back and some tables up in the front for us to sit. And and we're in and out. We don't really have concrete office hours because, again, it's not really conducive to that. So we're mostly working from home. On St. Thomas, we have a small office in the Frostco building, a satellite office. The Frostco building, that's on Veterans Drive, that has the big bridge over it, like right where that bridge by Banco Popular that goes over the road. We have a small office there. We have one employee in St. Thomas, Pamela Toussaint, and she is reachable over there. For all of our operations in St. Croix, one can call 340-713-2003. So again, that's 713-2003. And that will take you directly to one of our employees, and she can answer any questions for you. But we're just in between this change right now, and I know it's an inconvenience for the community. It's an inconvenience for us too. We ask the community to bear with us. Hopefully, we'll be in our final space on St. Croix by the end of this year, and also on St. Thomas. So we're looking forward to 2 shiny new offices.
Well, that's important to hear, because I think when some folks heard that you was coming here, my office received some calls saying the difficulties of getting through and not knowing what time the office open. And I think they probably was still going to your old office. So I think you need to do PR with that and get that information out.
Yep.
Do you have any programs to help guide families when they are in the process of looking for caretakers? That seems to be a big challenge, and I am right in that area right now. So what do you guys have to assist or guide someone?
Well, this is a huge topic, and every business, every organization across the world is experiencing the Great Resignation as a result of the pandemic. Getting people to work is so very difficult these days. And here in the Virgin Islands, we have an extreme shortage of family caregivers. When I say family caregivers, I mean paid caregivers, I should say that. Pardon me, to be clear. Paid caregivers. Many of the organizations that do provide home health care are suffering terribly. They can't find people to work for them. Even if you go out on your own to try to find somebody to hire to take care of or to have you take care of your loved one, it's virtually impossible. And even when you do, they're all trying to handle multiple individuals, multiple patients. They're strapped for time. They can't spend much time with each individual, and then their own life issue. It's a very difficult situation. I don't know how we're going to solve this. I don't think there's anything that human services or health or anybody could do. It's just trying to motivate people, especially younger people, to become caregivers and to find joy in that and to step up to the plate and actually work. It's hard.
Yeah, well, my next question would have been what advice would you give to us? What avenue or direction you think as a body that we can probably assist? And seems like it's just nationwide, so I appreciate that. With healthcare as being a major factor for all seniors, what has the organization done or planned to do on behalf of its member to ensure better healthcare service or offered to them in the territory that can be offered to them in the territory?
Well, we're constantly advocating, not only before the legislature, but we're always banging down the doors of the hospital and the Department of Human Services, Herbert Gregg, all of them, all the assisted living communities, to see what we could do better, how we could increase capacity, how we can improve quality. We are very much in contact with Levanta, the quality improvement organization that looks at Medicare providers in the Virgin Islands and in many other states in the nation. And we're part of the Health Equity Committee that is formed within the Department of Health to look at increasing health equity across the territory. But again, it comes down to capacity. Physicians, nurses, caregivers, LPNs, nurses, aides, all of these people are so very lacking here in the Virgin Islands. And how do we attract them? I mean, first of all, we also need to attract more facilities. And to that extent, and this is a much longer topic, I think that the VI government needs to give some very aggressive tax incentives for private organizations to come in and open up more facilities. If I may continue?
Yeah.
And, okay. So we need some very aggressive tax incentives, because when you're receiving Medicare reimbursements, the profit margin is very, very, very narrow, right? There's not a whole lot of money in this game. So we need those incentives, and to get organizations in, but also to develop the workforce and people who are willing to do this kind of work. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up with this one question?
Please proceed.
In your testimony, you spoke about estate planning and generation wealth. And I want you to expand a bit on it, because I think a lot of family are losing out on this opportunity of understanding what it is to plan for their estate and what that generation wealth means to this territory.
Yes.
A lot of times people do these will that are creating problems. And when we look at our towns, most of it is because of the will that wasn't planned properly, and the importance of generation wealth. I do believe in generation wealth, and I'm definitely doing everything I can to pass on to minds what was passed to me. But when you spoke about that training, it sparked a light bulb in me, because it's something that I know needs to be done. Folks need to understand when they put 10 children on one property, what it's going to create. And so I expand a little bit on that with that generation wealth and that estate planning for me. And you could do that on the chair time. All right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. We could almost just forget about the timekeeping and just have a conversation, right? But anyhow, I'm not the chair. Okay, so first of all, real property is real wealth. You know, and real property generally increases in value at a higher rate than the interest that you would gain off of savings or a checking account. Now, when you get into stocks and bonds, mutual funds, then you could experience some higher gains there if you know what you're doing and have a proper advisor. But anyhow, real property is real wealth. And when people have property, even if it's just one small home, that is wealth, right? There's value there, there's equity there. And that needs to be developed and protected for future generations, because it continues to increase in value. And as my grandmother of happy memory, Miss Annie, as everybody addressed her, or Ancetta Deshabert, always said, land don't rot, right? It doesn't rot. And if she were to ever sell a piece of land, it was only to buy a better piece of land, wasn't to spend the money. And so, when it comes to securing it for future generations, it's about planning. And so many people are afraid to talk about planning. They're afraid to talk about their death. They don't want to approach that issue at all. And so many people do nothing. Some people do develop a will, but a will doesn't keep your property out of probate when you die. It still has to go through probate, and then it's after probate, then the judge will refer to the will and say, okay, this is how we're going to divide it up, right? When you don't do anything at all, we don't even have a will, then it goes into probate, and then the judge decides how it's going to be divided up afterward. So people aren't taking the time to plan for these things. And even when it comes to their savings, they may have a really great savings account. They may have some really great financial instruments, investment instruments, and they're not planning, and then those go into probate also. As we drive around the Virgin Islands, a lot of properties here are in probate, and that's why they're becoming run derelict. Nobody can do anything with it. It can't be sold because the multiple heirs aren't agreeing. And sometimes the probate goes on from one generation to the next. Next thing you know, you're on to the second generation of probate. And instead of 4 heirs, let's say, now you're on to 15 or 20 heirs owning or having claim to one piece of property. And then it's still hung up in the court. And then nobody wants to come up with the money to take it through the whole probate process. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. So we've done several things to revise the probate code here in the Virgin Islands. And I can't get into the details of all of them because it's really too much to discuss. But we've come up with ways that make it much easier and much less expensive for people to plan as to how they pass their property on to their heirs. Of course, the Cadillac version is having a trust, developing a trust, but that can cost several thousands of dollars, and depending on how much property you have, you could end up spending $20, $30, $100,000 in developing a trust and maintaining the trust. But we have these low cost instruments now through the Recorder of Deeds and Bureau of Motor Vehicles and so forth, where you can plan. And so we have lots of information on our website. I wish I could get into detail, but if you go to aarp.org/VI, you can find a full explanation of all of these different acts of the Uniform Law Commission, which we've had passed through the legislature and enacted here, which make it a lot easier for people to plan. And our financial planning workshops are free of charge. We've been doing them for several years now. You can find out more information also on our website or on our Facebook page, AARP Virgin Islands on Facebook. You can sign up, you can attend in person, attend virtually. We hire a certified chartered financial planner, Amy Herrick, who's right here on St. Croix, and she does great work explaining all of this stuff in great detail, helping people to understand it, helping them to take advantage of all of these things. And when it comes to planning, not only is it estate planning. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the dialogue. And definitely, if we have an agent summit, I know who I'm going to put to be the master of ceremonies. But I would like to ask of you to be as direct as possible moving forward, so that when we answer questions, so that we, for the sake of time, of course.
I'll be brief, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, before I move on to Vice President Blyden, I noticed in your testimony, you referenced by 2030, the number of seniors is expected to exceed the number of children across the United States of America. And I think that that's similarly an issue here in the Virgin Islands, being that we have a brain drain and other issues with housing and other issues with job retention. And, so what steps is AARP taking to try to, try to retain more involvement? And I know you're an aging organization, but more involvement with our youth.
Yeah, well, excellent question. To date, we have not done a whole lot in that respect, but I have been in conversation with various professors at the University of the Virgin Islands and also certain people within the Department of Education for us to come into the classroom and to talk about these issues. I think it's really important for our young people to start thinking, when you're in your teens and 20s, you feel invincible. So yeah, we do plan to get into the classroom in the very near future to start talking about these issues and get young people thinking.
Okay, excellent. And the Commission on Aging, you also referenced that. Has that commission been meeting?
Well, this is a challenge. We need funding for that commission. We've been in talk with Senator Carrion, I believe, who's with us today in the previous legislature, but we need funding for that. We have all of the members identified except for one. We have one more opening for a person from St. John, and we have one person in mind. All the rest have been invited. We have everything all set to go. We need the funding to hire a director of that commission and to pay for administrative fees and so forth. So we are planning before the summer to just go ahead and start meeting anyhow. I guess I will just call a meeting and go from there. I'll be the unofficial director for a minute, but we do need funding. Yep.
Point of inquiry, Vice President Blyden.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, good afternoon, State Director Schuster. What does the budget look like? How much funds are we speaking to in respect to the Director for Aging?
what I'm looking at is somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000, which would again pay for all of the costs, including any inter-island travel that may be required, hiring a director, office equipment, all of that kind of stuff. When it comes to office space, the administration, Governor Bryan's administration, certain individuals had asked me if we could house the Commission on Aging in the AARP office. And I said, yes. I spoke with my executive leadership, and that is possible. We do that in the state of Massachusetts and a couple other states. So there's no real need to rent office space. We can provide a place for that person to sit and work. But again, we're thinking, and there'll be no cost, of course. We're not going to charge any rent. That's a gift from AARP. But nonetheless, to run it, $300,000 to $500,000.
And we know we have an aging community, and as was just stated on the record also, throughout the United States. And I think it's critical and necessary that we do have that person in place moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Well, don't go too far, Vice President, because it's your time now. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon, State Director Schuster, and thank you so much for what you do and your team. I know the Chair said he was surprised based on a type of work he have seen in testimony, but I know who you are and what you are capable of doing. And I look like you eat, breathe, and sleep what you do. And that's just the passion of what you do and who you are. So we appreciate, the people of the Virgin Islands appreciate you for that. So I say thank you on their behalf. Let me ask you, in your testimony, you spoke to, and my colleague spoke to it also in terms of protections and safeguard from fraud and abuse. And he was speaking to financial planning series that you have put on, the estate planning, etc. Succinctly, what have AARP done in terms of safeguards from fraud and abuse of our elders?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you so much, Senator, for your kind words, and it's a great pleasure. You know, as you know me personally, this is a labor of love from the depths of my heart, from the depths of my being, and it's really a pleasure to work for AARP and to serve my fellow Virgin Islanders. When it comes to fraud, we have the AARP Fraud Watch Network that operates across the country. And we're constantly gathering data as to new frauds and new scams that come out. People through our website can register and get alerts to their cell phone by text or by email, so they're aware of the latest frauds and scams that are spreading across the country. Also, we have done some work here in the Virgin Islands to reduce the dollar amount to $500 to be considered a felony. So if any older person is defrauded or scammed at an amount of $500 or more is considered a felony and punishable by imprisonment. And we are working with the United States Department of Justice, the FBI, Department of Human Services, et cetera, to develop a much more comprehensive amendment to what's already in the VI code to make sure to protect older people from the various types of abuse, not only financial abuse, but physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, neglect. So we have all of that in place. But the Fraud Watch Network is a really good thing for people to tap into. And again, it's really easy when you go to aarp.org to click right into our fraud landing page and register for free to get updates on latest frauds and scams across the country.
Okay, thank you for that. And I also appreciate the work you have been doing in respect to bills and policy with many different senators, and you mentioned some of them in your testimony. Let me ask you, in respect to your request for this body to support legislation which would create a private, public managed retirement savings option for businesses that help workers to grow their retirement savings. And we know here in our territory, small businesses are the engine that runs this economy, like any other economy. And many of our small businesses are very small businesses, whether 5 individuals, 10. And this is an excellent opportunity and idea to move forward. And yes, I have put forward the legislation, so I will be working in conjunction with you. But I want you to speak succinctly in respect to this type of retirement plan and what it will do in terms of helping our people here in these beautiful Virgin Islands.
Yeah, no, thank you. And it's something that is so very important. You know, we focus a lot on GERS, and GERS is very important. Not trying to take away anything from GERS is extremely important. But that's really only for government employees, right? And so we have many non-government employees working in the private sector who don't have any kind of retirement plan or savings plan in place. No 401k, no pension. And so these people work all their life, and they retire with little savings, and they find themselves virtually broke. So it's important for us to find ways to facilitate the government, and it will not be a very high cost partnership at all, but facilitate these kinds of programs where private sector businesses can provide IRAs and other tools for their employees. You know, at ARP, I'll never forget one time this older gentleman in his early 70s came into the office almost in tears, and he told me that all he had left to his name was $768. That was all he had. And, you know, the company he worked for just never provided any way for him to save. So we need to really look at that carefully.
I appreciate that because I know it will provide access to many, many Virgin Islanders, and basically you can opt in or opt out also, so you're not locked in. So it's very creative, and I look forward to having those discussion and bringing that information forward. Let me ask you before my time is up, do you do assessment of our senior living facilities? For instance, I know I did a visit yesterday to one of our senior living facilities, in particular Celestino, a white senior living facility, and I was very disappointed with what I saw. I could not even walk because the amount of inquiries and complaints I received was very concerning. And what do you do any assessment of those type of facilities, being AARP? What does that look like in that space for the organization?
Yes, we do visit, and we do communicate with the leadership on a regular basis. First, let me say that all of the people running and working in these facilities, I believe they have the very best of intentions. I know they work very hard, oftentimes with limited resources, sometimes with almost no resources.
Time.
And I think that you know, they need to be showered with more resources so that they can provide the services they need. I know that Human Services is planning on building new CMS certified nursing facilities on the islands, and I know they're working feverishly on that, and we support them in that, and we look forward to seeing those come online. You know, again, it's a lot of staffing problems, as I mentioned earlier. It's hard to get people to work. So, you know, it's an issue that does concern us, and we do monitor the situation. We do engage in dialogue. We do offer whatever support we can. But it needs to be an all hands on deck kind of thing to really improve the situation.
And that is also where the Commission on Aging will play a vital and critical role, because it is necessary, and based on what I've seen, I mean, we have some work to do. But at the same time, I want to thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy and what you do. Mr. Chair, I really want to thank you for the time, and I look forward to working with you on a piece of legislation, a most important piece of legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You've always been a great partner.
Thank you very much, Vice President Blyden. Definitely good dialogue here today concerning our aging. And I want to continue the dialogue of the Vice President concerning the protection and safeguards from fraud and abuse. You referenced some statistics in your testimony. However, I was curious to know, do you also have statistics here on the local level? And if so, could you provide those statistics to us?
When it comes to that particular issue, we don't have specifically local statistics. The statistics I provided on this issue are across the country. When it comes to savings, we do have local information on that. Unfortunately, not at my fingertips. I can provide that at a later date. But when it comes to fraud, that's our national statistics.
Very well. So I would request that you provide the committee with any statistics that you've been accumulating concerning our aging population, so that we can sort of get a better understanding over like a broad scope view of where we are in this timeline.
Absolutely.
Okay? Thank you, Director. Senator Samuel Kariong, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to the people of Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to Mr. Deshabert Schuster. Yeah, I first just want to start by commending you and thanking you and your team, ARP, for the arduous advocacy work on behalf of the seniors here in the Virgin Islands, and the work that you continue to do. I know that you work closely with legislators here on moving policies, and in your testimony you mentioned some of those. So thank you for the work that you continue to do, and collaborating with this branch of government and also the executive branch, because I know you do, to ensure that we protect our seniors and improve the quality of life for them here in the territory. So that's awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
With regards to some of the challenges that I know that was part of what we were trying to get an update on, what challenges are you as an organization facing in the territory that you would like to share with us?
Well, thankfully, AARP provides us with all the resources we need. We do work for AARP. We're not an affiliate or anything of that sort. We are actually employees of AARP, and we they provide us very well with all the tools that we need. The one challenge that we have is that we need more really good, dedicated volunteers. As I said earlier, we're just a small team, and our volunteers really help us to expand our reach. So looking for people to volunteer, we find that in this day and age, people are less inclined to volunteer for whatever reason. So we are grateful for the dedicated ones we have. And we especially look to our volunteers to bring us information about what they see in the community, right? We're always relying on that kind of feedback from our volunteers and from the wider community. The more eyes, the more ears we have, the better. So I would say sometimes our greatest challenge is getting people involved in the work with us. People know we're here. I know they're appreciative, and we appreciate them. But yeah, getting people involved.
Got you. And but I do understand right now you don't have an office space, right? So would you consider that a challenge at the moment, or not? Is it a transition phase? When can members in the community have access to your office for any questions or concerns? Most of our seniors like that in-person touch and contact. What can you share with us in regards to that?
Yeah, it was just one of those things where the lease was running out and we couldn't identify a new space quickly enough, and we got caught like in between an interesting timeline. So that's why we have this temporary office, which isn't always opened. But yeah, I mean, without having an office so we can meet and gather, that certainly is a challenge, but it's one that's being remedied quickly. Our new office on St. Croix, I believe I'm at liberty to say, will be above the election system of the Virgin Islands in Sunny Isle. On the second floor, there's a brand new elevator which will take people up there, as well as stairs. We're in the process of the beginnings of the negotiation for a build out and that kind of stuff with management and with contractor. In St. Thomas, we're looking at a better space there this week, a much larger space. So those will be overcome quickly. But again, I gave the number. I'll give that one more time. I want to make sure that people get it. If they dial 340-713-2003, they will get a local Virgin Island employee really quick. And whether they're on St. Thomas or St. Croix, and if they even call the 800 number that's at arp.org, they will route the call back to us. So we're not very far. We're here.
Well, that's good news, and I'm sure that brings some comfort and clarity to some of our seniors, especially those that are members of AARP. Thank you for that. Now, since you're constantly working with the older population, what are some of the challenges that seniors are facing in the territory? So if you could mention 3 of them from your interactions, surveys, or experience, those 3, and how can we as a body be able to assist in meeting those 3 challenges that you will share with us?
Yeah, well, how do we meet those challenges? This is going to be a much longer conversation and a brainstorming, but I mean, there are issues of public transportation, for instance. We know that Vitran has increased the services, but there's still a great need for that. There is a great need for more walkable streets, more sidewalks, better sidewalks that make sense, more handicap or ADA compliant sidewalks. And we're working on that with the Department of Public Works through the Complete Streets Task Force and so forth. But of course, more funding is always needed for that. It costs a lot of money to construct sidewalks and to repair them. So I think that may be an easy solution there, but one that takes money. There are issues of housing, and that's a big issue across the territory for virtually people of all ages, but especially affordable housing and housing in which older people can age, right? With doorways, internal doorways, through which a wheelchair can pass, ramps that they can get in and out of their house and so forth. And we're doing a lot of work with the Housing Finance Authority and so forth, presenting workshops. So yes, I think those are the big challenges. My employee texted me just now and said one of our challenges at AARP is access to accurate data on the aging population. Oftentimes we get asked for the data. We do a lot of scientific research. AARP puts a lot of money into that. But it'd be great if the government also had a lot of data that we could share,
Time.
So access to data is something.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And we look forward to continue to working with AARP, which is a great community partner, to ensure that we continue to improve the quality of life for our senior population. Mr. Chair, if I may, just to clarify something.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. Just so everyone could be aware, Act number 8474 was amended for Bill 34-00109, which was to be able to appropriate $150,000 for the Commission on Aging. And I know that's hearing from today the Executive Director, Mr. D. Shepard Schuster, that the number should be maybe around $300,000, but there is some seed money there that was appropriated in the 34th, $150,000 to get started, at least the Commission on Aging and Forming, and I'm sure this body would look into being able to provide some additional funding, or the executive branch can also do it through the ARPA fund. The governor, pretty sure he could find some additional fund to be able to support this initiative. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shepard Schuster, for the work that you continue to do for our community.
Thank you, Senator Curry. On point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heiliger.
I wanted to ask in regards to when you made reference to the government collecting data. There was a piece of legislation that was passed a few years ago where the government of the Virgin Islands has to collect the listing of the various seniors in the entire territory. Is that something that you're aware of that's being done on behalf of the government? And is that something, if yes, do you tap into that to be able to reach out to seniors?
Okay, when this registry, this database, you're talking about seniors in general, or you're talking about the emergency database?
No, seniors in general.
Okay.
The law is to collect a listing of seniors in the territory across the board, not just for emergency.
I'm not aware of that database.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll pull up the law and give you the number so you could also reference this as maybe a resource to assist you guys as well.
Definitely, I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Director Schuster. I think you have found your sweet spot. Certainly I know how you enjoy the work that you perform over at AARP, and you have an excellent team that assists you in that endeavor. And I enjoy myself, working along with you. You spoke about several initiatives that this body have undertaken to move legislation forward, many of which I was the sponsor on. So it has been a really, indeed, a pleasure, working with you and your team and moving on some of these legislation.
Thank you, Senator. It's always great working with you. You've been a great partner as well.
Very well. Obviously, when we think about AARP and some of the challenges that you just spoke about, I believe that some of it is not out of reach. There's things that we could certainly begin to work on. One of my strong advocacy have really been for assisted living home here and St. Croix, more because we know that we have one or two, perhaps three of them, but we need more in that sense. But also equally important is an adult daycare, where individuals as caring, for family members, parents, and the like, that they have an opportunity then to be able to at least carry out their responsibility for a day. Even if it's just to get some, not just to get downtime, but be able to go out and do further business that may very well be even associated with these seniors. What do you think about an adult daycare?
I think it's very important, and when looking at dementia, the various forms of dementia, right, which is everything from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's dementia, vascular dementia, et cetera. One of the main ways in which we can ward off dementia is through social interaction. And to have older people just sitting in a house by themselves all day long in front of a television is not good. That brings on dementia. If we could have these kinds of adult daycare centers, especially with memory care incorporated, memory care activities, different types of activities that help them to learn and stimulate their mind, stimulate their cognition, that is essential. I was speaking with a local neurologist here on St. Croix recently, and she was telling me that she sees an unusually high rate of dementia on St. Croix, more than she's seen in all of her practice on the mainland. And she's very concerned about that, and actually she wants to partner up with AARP to do a lot of informational, educational workshops about warding off dementia and some of the treatments that are available and so forth. So we'll be coming forth with that later on this year. But daycare, wonderful, and if we can incorporate memory care activities in that, better yet.
Very well, thank you for that. I've had similar discussion with perhaps that very same neurologist in regard to dementia and other similar neurological illnesses that we're experiencing here. I know of a situation where there's this this lady that almost every single day, she walks from the Princess area all the way up to Sally's Fancy, it presents some challenges for the family. But we have so many situations like that, where individuals are living at home by themselves. And that brings me to, again, I have legislation in, and I'm hoping that we could really address the technological aspect of creating a lifeline here in the Virgin Islands. We have so many of our seniors. Again, I know of a situation where there's this lady fell in their home, and it was hours before she was able, to get to a long line, get to her phone to be able to call for assistance. So we do have our challenges here. Another strong advocacy of mine is really addressing the probate issue in the community, and you and I have spoken about that on numerous occasions as well as others, and I'm hoping that we could really start to see some inroads in that as we move forward, addressing our probate laws, mental health court. There's so much work to be done there. Estate planning. Again, what are we doing in terms of assisting senior members of our community about estate planning? And, we moved legislation to allow for the electronic notary as well as electronic wills as a uniform law. But those are some of the things. But I wanted to ask you, what about your assignment right now? What about your mission?
2 minutes.
Right. What are you, challenged by, and what goes through your head, when you have that downtime in regards to your current position as director of AARP?
The number one thing that keeps me awake at night, literally and figuratively, is long-term care services. And we discussed a little bit about that earlier, and the fact that we just don't have the capacity and the workforce here. They're just not interested. But this is significant. My mother is now 90 years old next month, and she needs a lot of care at home. And thankfully, she has her 4 offspring. We all take really great care of her and paid help. But sometimes we can't even get enough paid help. And I'm looking at her thinking, wow, she has virtually a whole army taking care of her. And I don't have a single child. Like, what am I going to do? And I'm already thinking about my future. Am I going to be able to age here on St. Croix? Am I going to have to relocate to Florida or some other state to find what I need when I get a little bit older? I'm already 52. Old age is right around the corner. And this really troubles me. And then there's so many other people who don't have the family network like my mother has, or the financial resources and so forth. And they're just suffering and languishing. I don't know how they do it. And I think of the many people who've already had to leave the Virgin Islands, to leave their home, their beautiful home, the home they built, to relocate to the mainland to find long-term care services. It's very distressing that we can't age comfortably in the community that we love. And we all need to put our minds together to come up with more solutions.
Absolutely. This is not just a one-man decision. I mean, obviously, it has to be a collective effort. We're getting ready to go into the hurricane season. We still have so many of our seasons and others that don't even have a solid roof over their head, and they're really challenged by this. So we have our work cut out for us. I heard my time call, but I believe that collectively, we really have to come together. Perhaps we need a town hall in regards to how can we, address some of these issues, because the federal funding that's coming through, the ARPA and all these other money, COVID money and everything else, should make us all a better community and merely focus on those things that make a difference in this community. So thank you again. Thank you for the work that's done by yourself and your team. Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate this hearing. I think that there's a lot that have been discussed in regards to where do we go from here, but it's something that is doable. As long as we are putting our collective efforts together to move the needle on this particular issue. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, President Francis Jr. Director Schuster, you referenced, and as the President spoke, we talked about abuse, and you also referenced the adult abuse registry system. Can you elaborate on that a bit more for me?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? What exactly are you envisioning?
Yes, thank you. We have a child abuse registry. They have to be registered if they are a sexual offender, and we can all just look up on the internet and find out who these people are living right in our community. But there's so many people who are abusing older people, and we don't know who they are, right? They may get the slap on the wrist, they may do some time in the jail or whatever, they come out and they're right back on the streets and we don't know. And next thing they're right back in the home of an older person. So, this registry would be a mandatory registry for those types of offenders, so that everybody knows who they are, so that they can protect their loved ones from them.
Noted. And, you're hitting the nail on the top of its head. And, even on the island of St. John, most recently, there was a very disturbing case of an individual who came to a elderly person's home and abused this individual, even sexually. And, thankfully the VIPD was able to intervene, but some time had passed. And individuals in the area had started to complain and ended up calling my office and made me aware of the situation. And from there, I contacted the commissioner of police and the deputy chief of St. John, and they were able to do their investigating in order to apprehend this individual. So yes, this problem exists, and it's likely happening at this very moment, God forbid. So definitely, I see the importance on what you're envisioning concerning that registry system, because, you know, abuse in any way, shape, or form is not condoned, you know, whether it's to a child, an adult, or an elderly person. Definitely. One thing I also wanted to ask before we move forward to Senator Frances Heiliger for her 7 minutes. Does AARP have any programs or is able to accommodate some sort of medical alert system for seniors who wanted to opt in for those devices? You're aware of what a medical alert system is, one of those like bracelets or something that in the event somebody's injured and they're not able to speak or whatever, all of the information on that individual is readily available for he or she to be able to receive the medical services that they need.
Yeah, so no, at AARP, we don't provide those services anywhere in the country, but what we do make people aware of those services because they are essential, they're life-saving. Here in the Virgin Islands, the only one that I'm aware of, I could be mistaken, but the only one that I'm aware of is ADT. And we have that for my mother. So it's like a panic button that she could wear around her neck. And if she pushes it and holds it for 2 seconds, it will send an alert. And the way ADT coded it was not for theft or burglary. They coded it for health reasons. And so as soon as they get that alert, they will automatically right away go down the list. They will call me, they'll call my sister next, my brother, et cetera, my older brother, until they get one of us to go and check on our mother. And I know that that's really, really, really effective. And we test it out once in a while to make sure it's still working. So for those who have ADT in their home already, they could get that, or I know that ADT, I'm not advertising for them, but I know they have lower cost options these days. And so if somebody's really interested in that, they could check with ADT and get one of those panic buttons and just have it coded for health issues.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate it. Senator Frances Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. Mr. Schuster, I would like to know in regards to when it comes to dealing with individuals that are not so computer savvy. You know, you have a large senior population, and with the world changing so much and a lot of things is going online, how do you reach out to those individuals and also assist those that are not so computer savvy?
Yes. So this is one of those things that tries to keep me awake at night too, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because like, how do we communicate? Like everything is all electronic and virtual and digital these days. But we realize that we do have a demographic, especially we tend to see it more in those over the age of 70 who are not really tuned in. And there's a real drop off when you reach like the age of 70. And how do we communicate with them? So we still do a lot of newspaper stuff, radio stuff, direct mailing, but we also try to help them to learn. We at AARP here in the Virgin Islands, we had developed a partnership with VIA. VIA is a great community partner of ours, and I want to give a shout out to Jennifer Matarangas King, who's just really an awesome champion. And we had developed this very comprehensive curriculum for teaching older people how to use a laptop computer. VIA had installed a discrete network in our office to tap into the internet. They had bought all the laptops and external monitors and external mouse, and had contracted with Gregory Christian, who also instructs at UVI, to teach these classes. We did many pilot programs. We got it all set and ready to go. We had the big kickoff, and a month later, the pandemic hit.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
And I was like, oh no, we did all of this work and we had to put it all on pause because we couldn't do any in-person stuff.
So what is the status right now
Yes,
since that happened?
yes. So we, again, we're ready to start it up, and then we had to move to a different office. But it's going to come. It's going to come. I solemnly promise it's going to start up.
Okay.
It'll be free of charge to the community. And in this interim period, we're even now doing the planning to start it on St. Thomas. We were going to start it on St. Croix first as a pilot. But now, with all of this passage of time, we're actually now looking to bring it to St. Thomas at the same time.
Excellent. I'm very happy to hear that. So like you said, kudos to corporate citizens that do team up with AARP to really help our seniors. You talked a little bit earlier in regards to long-term care of our seniors in the territory and potentially home-based services. Do you think we have enough service providers here in the territory to be able to do that? As well as, if the answer is no, how do you think we can accomplish this?
Yeah, no, the answer is definitely no. The answer is definitely no. There's a new provider that's looking to start up in St. Thomas. I just had a conversation with them a couple of days ago, and they're all gung-ho and almost ready to start up. But, again, for them, they're already seeing that the big challenge is going to be staffing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's so very foundational, right? The staffing. And how do we overcome that? But the next thing, as I mentioned earlier in this hearing, is about even incentivizing private organizations to get into this kind of business. As anybody who's been in business here knows, doing business here in the Virgin Islands is very expensive.
Very.
Like we can rival New York City or Los Angeles, I believe. And so, with the small profit margins for this kind of care, to really give more incentives, the government needs to give more tax incentives to make this all possible.
And I don't even think they're recognizing the potential business options that are available, because when we were talking a little bit earlier where we're speaking about seniors potentially starting to outnumber children, this market for even adult care, we do child care centers. We need to tap into adult care centers. We need to focus a lot more on protecting our elderly. When we speak quite a bit about elderly abuse, that is a major concern for me, because you have a lot of people, sometimes their children are adults, some don't have children, and they're on their own.
2 minutes.
You saw, especially during the hurricane season, where several people had to fend for themselves. That's when you realize, we do have a lot of seniors in the territory that are staying by themselves and do need the additional help. And as a community, we talk about looking out for our own, but we have to do a much better job in protecting those that need that type of help. So I'm very happy to hear that all the things that AARP is doing, and you seem very, very enthusiastic about your job. So that's
Yes.
a good thing. That's one thing I tell people: when you're happy to do your job, it brings about great results. So I'm definitely happy. I wanted to ask, what kind of feedback do you get from the community as to how APRP is in this community and potentially helping them? Because, when we hear APRP, Lord.
AARP. That's okay.
AARP. When we hear AARP, a lot of times, okay, it's seniors, but you got to know what that age starts from. And a lot of times people don't recognize the amount of things that AARP offers to the community. So tell me a little bit about what is being offered and what kind of feedback do you get from the community?
The feedback is overwhelmingly positive, and the gratitude of the community is most humbling.
Good.
Most humbling to me, really. Most humbling. I've heard a couple of you senators say or mention my enthusiasm, and yes, I'm very enthusiastic. And for me, it all comes from a place of love. I'm always telling my team that everything we do must begin with love and must end with love, and then it will bear fruit. And yeah, the response has been overwhelming. I'm so very appreciative of all of you senators. When I hear of my colleagues on the mainland and the difficulties they have getting legislation through, and for me, it's like almost a walk in the park because you all are so wonderful. You know, I mean, you all are so responsive to AARP. Governor Bryan and his administration, extremely responsive. Yeah, it's a marvelous thing, and I'm so grateful to the community for being so grateful toward us.
Well, thank you.
And yes.
Thank you for that response. I know I heard my time call, but AARP needs, I am happy that you're here in this community and continue to do a great job. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, and I echo your sentiments as well. Director Schuster, concerning your workshops, I noticed that you have a lot of workshops, prevention and awareness on elder abuse, small businesses, starting small businesses, even health and wellness. Have there been any particular cases whereas you've had to deal with any elderly individual that may be having some challenges with any sort of substance abuse that AARP intervenes with?
We don't do direct intervention there. We do know of many cases, and we are working with the FBI and the DEA and other organizations like that to try to cut down on that, you know, on overprescribing and to encourage pharmacies to communicate among each other more so they're not going to multiple pharmacies picking up the same narcotic drug and that kind of stuff. So yeah, opioid addiction, the overuse of opioids to tranquilize older people, that's another major thing, and it's alive and well here in the Virgin Islands, unfortunately. But we are doing a lot of work behind the scenes with competent agencies to try to cut down on that.
I'm happy to hear that. And also as it pertains to your expansive healthcare options with the Medicare supplemental plans that you offer, how does that compare to what's normally given? Is there a specific discount on the supplemental, or how does that work?
You know, I don't have all of that information. Again, we're not the experts on the insurance products, but those products, those Medicare supplemental insurance products are offered by United Healthcare. They carry the AARP brand. They're similar to what the government gives to its employees, retired employees, I should say, who are on Medicare. But there are some differences. Again, I'm not able to expound on that, but it's important to contact the VI SHIP office, the State Health Insurance Plan office. Mm-hmm. There's one in St. Thomas at Newt Hansen, I believe it still is, and then one in St. Croix at the Wong F. Louis Hospital. And they can provide you all of the details and help you to get signed up on the Medicare supplemental insurance plans. But you really have to go to the VI SHIP office for that specific information.
Noted, thank you. And point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Just quickly, I know one of the things that I always hear about is seniors getting discounts. Where yes. Exactly? Because I will be 50 in a couple of months. So I am trying to figure out, is there a senior's card? How is that attained? Is it through AARP? Is it how does that work? Just from my edification as well as the public.
Great. Thank you for the question. And this is the fun stuff, right? We all want to talk about the discounts. Yeah, this is the fun question. But yeah, so any AARP member can register with a membership number online at aarp.org and click on member benefits, and you will see a variety of benefits there that are offered nationally, especially discounts on travel. That's my favorite one, right? We have a special AARP portal into Expedia, and you can book your reservations through that specific portal and get discounts on airfare, hotels, rental cars, etc., cruises, you know. You can also get discounts in a variety of businesses locally using your AARP card. I know here on St. Croix, Seaside Market and Plaza, they offer discounts with your AARP membership card. So even though you may not be a senior, you can still get your discount at 50. I was getting my discounts one time I was in my 40s using my AARP card. You know, the AARP also has partnered with a local organization, a discount aggregator called Save on Islands. They're primarily based on St. Thomas, but they do work on St. Croix as well. And AARP has a master contract with Save on Islands. Normally, you would have to pay for membership with Save on Islands, but guess what? If you're an AARP member, we've already paid for your membership in Save on Islands. So you can register with Save on Islands using your AARP number, and then you have access to a wide array of discounts across the territory. Again, most of them on St. Thomas and St. John, but they're developing more and more on St. Croix. So check out Save on Islands. They have a website. Go to their website. You'll see a place for AARP members to click, and you can register with your AARP member and then open yourself to another world of discounts.
Thank you, Director Schuster. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. No, okay, not there. Well, Director Schuster, I think that we have definitely had a very good dialogue and a conversation on how we can facilitate the life cycle process, is what I like to call it, right? Earlier today, we had a good discussion with the youth portion through sports, parks, and recreations. We did invite other agencies. It is unfortunate that they could not be here with us today in order to fully get into a very in-depth dialogue concerning youth and aging here in the Virgin Islands, but I'm looking forward to having them come forward at a later date to continue this very much needed discussion as we do our best to facilitate the quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. And I must say that the AARP has a very, very big role to play in this process. And I thank you, your team, all the volunteers, the individuals who do this day in and night out for the people of the Virgin Islands. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. And I would like to thank my colleagues, committee and non-committee members, and others who are here today to actually dialogue in this conversation. And before I fully close out, Director Schuster, I would like to give you an opportunity to provide 30-second or 1-minute closing remarks.
Yeah, you do have to limit me. I know, I tend to be a little talkative. But no, again, thank you all so very much. It's always a pleasure to work with all of you members of this legislature to address issues of aging in our community. You know, you make me even more enthusiastic, in a manner of speaking, right? Because I know that you all are interested, that you all care. That's why you are there as senators, and I thank all of you for all the work you do. Oftentimes, being a senator, an elected official, is a very thankless job. You know, people just wanted to criticize you all, but again, I want to thank you for all that you do for the people of the Virgin Islands, your responsiveness to AARP, and I look forward to working with you all as we move into the future.
Thank you, Director. And Director, let me just show you something right here. It's not mine. I'm going to get mine, though. But this belongs to one of my employees. He just wanted to make sure to let you know that he's taken care of.
Great, thank you. And thank him for his membership.
Yes. Thank you, colleagues, committee, non-committee members, central staff, our media division, my staff, and last but not least, the listening and viewing audience who are attending virtually and via radio airwaves. I appreciate your time and thank you for tuning in. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, Parks is hereby adjourned.